Biden won a single electoral college vote in Nebraska's second congressional district. Omaha is now Jomaha. Kind of cringe, Jane. I'm not going to lie to you. Oh, look at Georgia. 91% reporting in Georgia. Oh, wow. Macon, Georgia. I only know about Macon, Georgia because that's where Adam Ragusi is from. All right, where does the needle have him? Wow, 64% now. I think Biden might go take a dub down because Atlanta stopped counting. Savannah's still there. This is interesting. I mean, like 83 to 16% with 20% of the votes left to count. So that's just like an absolutely easy 30,000 votes right there. I guess he's down by about 120,000 though. It'll be weird. Is Trump live? Where?
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting chief anchor George Stephanopoulos.
2 a.m. in the East, and we're about to hear from President Trump at the White House. Cecilia Vega, I surprised you a few moments ago. Now it is set. We do expect the president any moment.
It is, George. They are there in the East Room here at the White House. You can see that crowd, a bunch of supporters. I see one person who turned there didn't have a mask on. A couple people, doesn't look like they're wearing masks, even though we were told earlier in the day that people in there would be wearing masks and will be tested. We know that they sent out hundreds of invitations for this event for supporters, family members to attend. And there you see it, the podium and the teleprompters up. Seems we are going to actually hear President Trump address the nation tonight.
Right. And John Carl, they originally were supposed to be at the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. Apparently the district said that would violate their local health restrictions. But one of the things we've seen all year long is the president using the White House in a kind of unprecedented way in a political season.
I mean, it's just mind-blowing because I've covered 4 different presidents, and I'm used to a situation where you don't do explicitly political work on government property, let alone the White House. And the president he gave his acceptance speech at the Republican nomination on the South Lawn. He's done repeated events, full-blown campaign events on White House grounds, and that's what's going to happen again tonight.
Chris Christie, I'm going to put you on the spot again,
Sure.
but in a slightly different way.
All right.
What should we hear from the president in these next 2 minutes?
He should say pretty much the same thing Joe Biden said. I see a path to victory here. I think I'm going to win this race. It's going to take a little while for us to be able to get all the votes counted.
You're expecting a lot from Donald Trump if he's that conservative. This man about to pop off, bro.
Policy. He didn't say why he was running, what he was going to do for Americans. I think the president should talk about what he wants to see in the next 4 years. A couple sentences.
Look, the best thing President Trump can do here is walk to the podium. Take a couple seconds, breathe in, breathe out. Obviously, no mask interrupting his breath. Let's fucking go! And then everybody in the crowd will collectively take off their fucking mask, make out with one another. Everybody will get COVID. 1% of the people will die, but everybody didn't like that person anyway, so it's A-O-fucking-K.
tonight, and it's not clear. It's about trying to shape the way that we're going to look at the next 3 days and what the prism is. Every candidate's got to form the prism in which people start interpreting these late results coming in.
It turned out, Yvette, that whatever efforts were made to intimidate voters, suppress the vote, didn't work on either side. We're seeing record turnout tonight. What's your expectation about how this will play out in the coming days if indeed we are in this series of recounts, legal battles?
Well, you can't undercut the fact that the post office was compromised, the fact that rules were still shifting as people were voting, the fact that there's litigation still happening as we speak. In Texas, for instance, of the very important monumental decision to limit the number of ballot boxes in the state of Texas could have had an outcome. We know the very long lines that people waited in. So I wouldn't rule out the fact that voter suppression
the little
had
pump
a
performs
role
the
in
national
these very
anthem.
key
Yeah.
states. We will see whether or not it is a consequential outcome, and that's why I think we need to wait and see all of the ballots that will be counted. We know there's a lot of push and pull in Pennsylvania about when ballots will be stopped, like how long we will count ballots, and those ballots that are being held back, the naked ballots. And so I just want to make sure I make clear that the efforts that were made to undermine this election probably did have an impact on this.
By the way, George, it's just given the conversation John was having, I checked on it, and I thought I recalled President Ford conceded from the White House in 1976 to Jimmy Carter. Betty Ford spoke because he had lost his voice, but they did it from the White House briefing room behind the podium with the seal of the president. So it's not as if this is completely unprecedented in the last 50 years. Unusual, I agree, John.
Well, yeah, the convention speech was unusual. The
convention speech very unusual. I'm talking about tonight on the night of the election as the sitting president.
Damn, bro. He brought out 1976 facts. Thank you, gamer.
Yeah, you're not going to hear that tonight. I can guarantee that.
I would vote for Donald Trump losing his voice. That one I'll go for.
Don't forget the big coronavirus speech from the balcony, too. Remember that one happened when he was flown.
All right, well, I'll wait for fucking Trump. Let me free. $78, $80, $78, $91. Wow, wee wah. Wisconsin, he's catching up. Michigan looks grim, though. Check the forecast. Georgia, a 63% tilt still. Nevada, actually not looking as good for Biden. Nevada, my bad. Nevada. Weed legal New Jersey, true. Mail-in ballots haven't been counted in Michigan. Yeah, I know about that, but still, 300,000 vote deficit seems pretty big comparatively to at least how he's doing in Wisconsin. Or even, Georgia. We'll see. We'll see. What happens if he only wins one of those two? If Joe Biden only wins Michigan, so he's more likely to win Wisconsin than he is to win Michigan. But if he only wins Michigan, if he only wins Wisconsin but he loses Michigan, he can still win through Georgia or Pennsylvania, which Joe Biden in his speech said that he would win Pennsylvania, which seems bold based off of where Pennsylvania is now, which is Trump winning by 700,000 votes with 70% reported. But Georgia does look actually pretty good for Biden at the moment. But the mail-in? Look, I know but the mail-in But 700,000 votes is a lot of votes. And it's not like there's 0 Republicans who did mail-in. Are we going to be okay? Yeah, I mean, we were okay the past 4 years. At the end of the day, a president can only have so much of an impact on your day-to-day life. It's more so if there's certain change you want to have be made, it will not be made for another 4, 8, 12 years. Look, I'm not speaking for every one of you in chat, but in general, if you do have the luxury of watching me on Twitch, it means that you're probably at some point in your life, whether it's, you know, a fucking teenager who's in high school or something, or have the luxury of being in college, that shit's not that bad for you. And it doesn't speak for all of you. Frank, thank you for the 5 gifted, buddy. No, I did not see the chest rant thing you're talking about. Blur Helix, Granios, thank you for the 10 months. Schalt, thank you for the raw tier 1. The 5th highest candidate in Vermont. I think I have to do DDHQ for that. Howie Hawkins. Howie Hawkins. Who's that? He's the 4th highest. The 4th highest, Kanye? Yeah. Why are you specifying Vermont? He's 4th in Tennessee. He's 4th in Kentucky. He got voted by the thousands in many states over. I don't think Vermont's pretty irrelevant. Uh-oh.
That right now.
Well, he's been incredibly quiet the last couple of weeks. He's wanted to stay out of the headlines, not be in the news, just have the department do its work. So they've been very quiet concerning anything regarding this election, George.
Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much for seeing the president's entourage enter the East Room right now. Let's get a full screen, hearing the crowd cheer a bit as well. We're expecting the president momentarily. A couple hundred people there in the East Room tonight. It's been a long night there. We're now coming up on 2:15 on November 4th, and we're nowhere close to knowing how this election is going to turn out yet. Already heard from Joe Biden tonight saying he believes he is on the path to victory, feels good about where he is right now, on track to win the election, laid out where he thinks he's confident now about Arizona, he said, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We'll hear from the president on how he plans to approach the next several days as well. Kind of a, John Carlos, we're keeping an eye on this. Kind of a remarkable run, though, for the president. It's hard to imagine that he was in the hospital with COVID less than a month ago.
Is it hard to imagine that? Was that hard? Were staunch Republicans struggling with the idea that President Trump could have been hospitalized for COVID?
The last 2 days, he was doing 5 rallies a day in multiple states. It's really something else, and he has motivated his core supporters. I mean, George, it's often been said, I've said it myself, that this president hasn't done much to reach out to anybody who didn't support him in 2016. Well,
Connor donated 800 bits and said, what about those in the military? I feel good where I'm at, but if Biden wins, it sounds like he wants to tear the police and military down. If it sounds like that, then you probably don't read good news. Or, yeah, no, that's it. I don't know where you get your news. That's some QAnon shit, brother. You're out of your goddamn mind. Biden is the most tame motherfucker the Democrats could have picked. Literally none of that. He's a law and order guy. My son Bo was in the military, and that's why today I want to get rid of it. Who could forget that brilliant quote he had in Delaware?
And then there'd be this large group of people in the middle, and you'd persuade them, and everybody would pursue the middle. Now, I think tonight is really proof to the Donald Trump sort of playbook that there is a tribe that he could appeal to that is much bigger than anybody imagined. I mean, he's going to end up tonight with more votes than he got in 2016. And he turned out, and he's going to have bigger margins in some places than he had in 2016 when he barely won electoral college victory. I think it's a big problem, George. It's a huge problem.
His VP is a cop, and his son was in the military.
This division takes hold in the country is your former governor now in the Northeast, Republican, but Charlie Baker in Massachusetts, Larry Hogan in Maryland, Republican governors of blue states have to figure out a way to govern their state without supporting the president of their party.
Yeah, and listen, I think it's really relatively straightforward. Baker and Hogan have done a great job of it. And I've talked to the...
All right, well, let's not talk about Hunter's military stint. That wasn't exactly the...
Hogan. And I said to him, let me tell you something.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
The practical nature.
I mean, Bo, come on, but...
Hey, George, when I, as a sitting governor of New Jersey, endorsed President Trump in late February of 2016, in the next poll, my poll numbers went down 15 points. That's the reality of being a Republican governor in a blue state getting involved in federal politics. And so, you know, I think that what we need to understand as a party, if we want to be in these blue states and have Republican governors in these blue states, we got to give them a pass on the federal issues. If we don't...
Zachary, thank you for the 10 gifted, buddy. I appreciate it.
I'll tell you, George, one of the things that is a concern is because this is so close tonight and may go through the rest of the week and the divided country. I've seen voters change to President Trump. That was one of the things that surprised me.
Alaska has been red since Lyndon B. Johnson was up for election after replacing John F. Kennedy.
Tonight and during the week, what happens if your candidate doesn't win? And we talked about this earlier in the evening, or last night, really, about those signs in neighborhoods and people ripping down those signs. I've had people across the country say they were scared to put up Biden signs. I've had others say their Trump signs were defaced. So I think the real question is the concern about what happens after. We have not seen Donald Trump try to bring the country together. So if he ends up being the winner and full of confidence, what happens to the country? What happens to the other half of that country? And if it is Joe Biden, that is a huge, huge challenge for him as well, because people are dug in on their sides, and that.
Okay. Any more votes in Wisconsin? 90% reporting has Joe Biden. Whoa. Oh, that's Minnesota. 90% reporting has Donald Trump leading by 4%, by 120,000 votes. Interesting. Oh, I have the poll. My bad. Well, I was hoping Donald Trump would come up and talk. He's fucking slow as shit.
Donald Trump in this campaign, despite getting COVID. And it's reminiscent of Harry Truman.
I think if Joe Biden loses, then it'll be a normal election. But if Donald Trump loses, all hell will break loose. And I think he will get out of that bitch kicking and screaming.
Dewey defeats Truman, the erroneous headline. And somehow Truman eked it out because of his pure stamina. He did a whistle-stop tour across the country, and just through sheer grit earned back the presidency. And that's what we might see here.
I'm not high. I don't smoke weed
here.
Ever.
Even in 1968, you didn't see quite the contentiousness between the two candidates, Hubert Humphrey and Richard Nixon.
Okay, Mark Updegrove, thanks very much. Lindsay Davis?
You know, I think what's interesting is if we
But I have been watching states and then numbers for 7 hours, which does do a man in deeply. By the way, boys, if you guys haven't already checked, hey, do me a favor and check to see if you have a Twitch Prime available. Boys, yo, all you have to do is hit the subscribe button, scroll down, and hit subscribe free. And if you have a Prime, you can use it. And it helps me out a lot. And if you don't use it, you just lose money. It doesn't roll over. They do not give you $2 if you forget it for a month. They just take away $5 of value from you. And you give it to Jeff Bezos, the world's richest man. He got a divorce and lost $30 billion and was still the richest man. And you're giving him a $5. Don't make a lot of sense. Just check and drop your Prime on your favorite streamer, whoever it is. And if you Prime, I promise you, whoever you want to win the election will guaranteed win. One of them, like half of you. Or maybe not half, like 70. We'll see. Thank you very much. Crush BRT, The Shove, Viral, Rapid, Cool Boo, Petty, Akua, Dinos Alien, Moonrock Hunter Sucks, Mr. Smithers, yo, Delusional Ahmed. Thank you. King Aldreas, Yoz, Nathaniel, Wheaties, Hambino, Wambino, All You Can Eat Spa, Boris, Seabuzz, Llama. Oh shit! Nothing. Cody, Frosty, Lambie. Thank you for the primes, boys. I appreciate it. We are close to 27,000. We are already at our peak. Oh shit! Here come the whites, all spray tanned the fuck up. Blonde hair, blue eyes, that is totally a coincidence. All right, let's see.
Heard his voice raspy this morning.
There's the president's family right now. We're seeing his son Eric, his daughter Tiffany as well entering. Lara Trump as well, the wife of Eric Trump. She was quite a campaigner herself. Throughout this campaign, a spokesperson for the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Blue tie, he voted Biden.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had.
No one sat down.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And
that is how it works.
A very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it.
Okay, voting for the other side is not disenfranchising. It's called an election.
My entire family and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready
for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it, to support our incredible movement.
1908,
We won
81% of
states
the
that
population
we weren't
voted.
expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that
Wait,
we
no, they
have
do. You
won
get it's
Georgia.
an all or nothing. You won by 700,000 votes. We got all 38
We're
electoral
up by
votes.
2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will
Fox.
be. I mean, that's possible.
Fox
but
News,
certainly
bro.
There were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters.
It's
And
Fox.
that could be
It's Fox.
overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed, and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that, obviously, to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
It's true, about 700,000 votes. Seems like a weird time for a standing ovation, but okay.
We're up 600.
Go off.
Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000.
I wouldn't be mad if you rounded up next
These
time.
aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good.
It is
So
confusing.
we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by
Hey, Al Gore,
107,000
George
votes
Bush.
with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the...
Sorry, one second. New Hampshire. We lost that one, but
and
close.
They said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win, so they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461.
Has he said anything about Georgia?
Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity.
That note has to say, do not say you won the election. That is it. Do not say this one thing. And he whipped that out, and he looked at it, and then he says that.
We'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
How are you going to save it, Mike? What are you going to say, Mike?
Well, let's try to unpack now some of what we saw from the president right there as Vice President Pence starts to talk. It is true that President Trump has won the states of Ohio,
the fuck up, ABC
and
guy.
Texas, and Florida, according to our projections.
Bro, shut the fuck up. Shit. All right, we'll have to go back.
Excuse me, 65 million, 63,952,000.
Oh. No, why does Fox News not even show Donald Trump?
Donald Trump. So what we're seeing right there is Donald Trump.
How can this...
In the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, everybody.
The president not...
If you make America great again, it implies you already made America great again, but it got bad, so you have to make it a great again. But the only one who could have made it bad was you, because you're the president. So if you made it great, then you also made it...
We're on the road to victory. What Joe Biden said, we feel confident. We think we're going to win.
I don't like again. I think again's cringe. Dude, that is crazy what he said, though.
We won Georgia, and there's no way they can catch us. We won Michigan. That's
it is
where
crazy.
You just have
he
to
said
make
there's
a
no way they can catch us. And then he was, in the same breath, said, but will probably come back in Arizona. No shot they come back in Michigan. We're up by a few 100,000, but we'll probably make it back in AZ.
Excruciating if he comments on every vote dump that we have. But, you know, as this new vote comes in, him fanning these flames, there are going to be people who want to claim, well, where do those votes come from? Where was that? And this is, again, this is all standard. And yes, it's different this year because of the pandemic, but this is not unusual. I want to go back to your home state. Arizona regularly takes days to finish a count. 5 days it took them, and that was actually a relatively short period of time in 2018. 5 days to call that Senate race.
And it's worth repeating that projections we're not making the votes up. These are projections. These votes will be counted.
The actual vote.
The actual vote will be counted.
Well, the fact of the matter is
No
that
shot,
the outcome
Lester.
is not
Suck a
certain
butt.
at this hour, and that both candidates are very much in this race. So there's no reason
Oh,
to
don't
say anything
five-head
other
Lester.
than that. We have got an electoral battle going on right now with a lot of votes left to be counted.
And the fact is that in this election, more mail-in and early votes were cast than in any other American election. A combination of COVID and concerns about the Postal Service, a lot of reasons for it, and that they have to be counted. These absentee ballots are always counted. Votes from service members, men and women overseas, are always counted in the days following.
Well, not when Biden gets rid of the military, guys.
State by state until, weeks later when the Electoral College actually votes.
Florida. Military ballots. Remember who argued to make sure the military ballots get counted and stay in? And you got to open those because the Democrats at the time were trying to not get those ballots counted. And the Republicans who knew those...
trying to slow it down.
Well, no, but they wanted those military ballots to count because they thought that those things would lean Bush. So, at least Jordan made a good point here. Donald Trump's got to be careful. There are actually some of this outstanding vote he needs. I mean, he kind of referenced it in Arizona. If he's going to close the gap in Arizona, it's the remaining uncounted vote. So he may not like the uncounted vote in Pennsylvania, but he is going to like the uncounted vote in Arizona.
The problem is that he has created...
He didn't say a fucking lick about Georgia, I think, right? Am I smoking weed? I feel like he didn't say a lick about Georgia. Which I feel like is bad news bears. For him, I feel like he's struggling in Georgia. If he did say nothing about it. If he did say something, he says something. I missed the song he said.
Kristen?
Well, just to pick up on the point that
for the Supreme Court, and that gets right at the heart of the controversy.
Why don't they just stand in a room?
This is exactly what Let's bring in Sarah Huckabee about heading into this election, George.
John Carl.
George, we should also be clear, though, that the president can say whatever he wants to say at his party in the East Room. He has no power to stop the counting of the votes, and the Supreme Court is not going to stop the counting of the votes. There is no basis in law for doing this. As we mentioned a short while ago, in the state of Pennsylvania, which is where it might all come down to, the president said he's up, and he's right. He's up about 690,000 votes. Well, there are almost 2 million mail-in absentee ballots that have not been counted yet in the state of Pennsylvania. Of the 500,000 that have been counted, about 70% of those have been going to Biden because Democrats are more likely to vote by mail than Republicans.
Which would mean the remaining votes is 1.4 million to 600,000, which is an 800,000 increase for the Dems. And if it's a 690,000 difference right now, they will eclipse that difference by 110,000.
Counting that has to happen in Wisconsin and in Michigan. The president may win those states, or he may lose them. But the counting will happen, and we will have results. And the Supreme Court is not going to stop that, and the president doesn't have the power to stop that.
Sarah Fagan, one of the other questions is going to be depending on how far the president decides to push this strategy, if indeed he does decide to push it beyond this.
All right, so we're not going to find out Arizona today, likely. I don't think they'll call it. I don't think they'll call Pennsylvania. I don't think they'll call North Carolina. I don't think they'll call Georgia. I don't think they'll call anything except for Wisconsin. That's the one I'm going to wait for. They might call Wisconsin in the next couple of hours. Is Wisconsin Eastern or are they like Central? Are they 2 hours ahead of Pacific or are they 1 hour? They're 2 hours ahead. So right now it's 1:40. So they said they're going to call it in an hour and 20 minutes at the earliest. I think the whole election rides on Wisconsin. All right, this is what we're working with. Assuming Arizona and Nevada continue on a similar path, and assuming North Carolina gets locked up for Trump, we got these 4 states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Georgia, which still has to count Atlanta, but Trump's ahead. Pennsylvania, which still has to count the 2 million absentee votes, but Trump is still ahead. Michigan, Trump's just straight up ahead. They probably got some ballot shit too. And then Wisconsin, which we're going to find out today. But in my hard read, I think Wisconsin is more blue than Michigan. So if Wisconsin falls red, I think Michigan does too. And then Biden has to win both Georgia and Pennsylvania, which I guess is possible, but it seems unlikely. That seems tough. So if he gets Wisconsin, which I think is more realistic, then things are easier because Biden would only need to win Georgia or Pennsylvania, not both. So he has to win 2 of the 4, yeah. Biden could get Michigan still. He could. It just seems the least likely. I don't know. Maybe it's more likely in Pennsylvania. Popular vote lead. He is leading by 1.7 million. That's not more than 2016. She led by 3 million. Unless you're looking at a different website. No. 1.6 here. Although this is the amount of people that voted in the last election. Like, this is it. Check out AP's numbers in Wisconsin. AP Wisconsin has 91% reporting and Donald Trump winning by 120,000 votes. Which means 2.7-ish. So we're talking about like 250, maybe 300,000 votes left. 250 to 300,000 votes left, and he's down by 120. That's tough. Trump areas are the ones that were counted first. It doesn't really seem like the case when you zoom in. Like Green Bay hasn't been counted. In Green Bay, Brown County is Trump. Milwaukee hasn't been counted a lot, and that's good for Biden. but Madison has. Kenosha's red, hasn't been counted. Can Milwaukee truly bring it back? Milwaukee, I mean, it's pretty much all on Milwaukee. Can Milwaukee get him a 120,000 vote lead? Seems a little crazy. Because where else is the blue? 98%, 98%, 98%, 93%, 98%, 79%, but he's only leading by a few percentage points. 93%, 98, 98, 98, 98. This is the only blue area that hasn't been counted yet. So he'd have to get like, I mean, the one thing he might have going for him is maybe Milwaukee's votes that were counted were in-person votes. And so the mail-in votes will have a larger disparity rather than 60-40, more akin to 70-30. And then that would increase his gain. Let's check the forecast. Georgia, still 63%. They really think that he's going to win Georgia, though. They really think he's going to win Georgia. The New York Times. Biden won Maine. All of it? Is that some Fox shit? Yeah, it's some Fox shit. Fox had Maine being one, though. Is it all of Maine or just part? North Carolina could go Biden. Seems tough. 5% of the vote remaining with 5.3 million, 4 million votes. 270,000 votes left. He's down by 80,000. It's possible. Let's look. Let's look at the counties. 98, 92, Charlottesville, not much, not much. 89, maybe a bit there. There's no ocean of blue. If he wins, it will be one of those takes a fucking whole ass week in a recount to find out situation. Oh shit, my food's here.
Remaining states that still have not been projected by ABC News, starting with the state of Arizona. 82% of the expected vote is in right now. Joe Biden holding on to a 5-point lead. Tom Yamas, the vote is trickling in these early morning hours.
Yeah, you know, George, we've been talking about politics all night. I think we're going to be talking about physics now. It's just getting so late. They're counting the votes slower and slower. The headline out of Arizona, though, Joe Biden on top, a state that President Trump won 4 years ago by more than 100,000 votes. The roles have reversed now. The Democrat is on top by 100,000 votes. The story of the night is going to be Maricopa County. This is where most of the votes come out of the Arizona state. We're talking about Phoenix, Scottsdale, that has rural communities. It has suburbs. It basically has all of America in one county, and it's very large. Phoenix by itself is the 6th largest city. You can see right now Joe Biden overperforming in this area, doing much better than Donald Trump. And down here in the Democratic stronghold of Pima, this is Tucson. You can see he's just doing well. Where he's at right now, Joe Biden's doing well. We still have 18% of the votes still out, and we just heard President Trump say they're still counting votes here. We're going to have to wait and see, but the trend so far has been good for Joe Biden in Arizona.
The next door neighbor, Nevada, 78% of the expected vote is in.
Yeah, you know, we've been watching this one. This one's been coming in a little bit slower. We're going to talk about Clark County. 3/4 of the vote is going to come from Las Vegas. It's a 10-point spread right now as we look at this. And you can see Joe Biden slightly performing better than Hillary Clinton. But when we look at Nevada, we really want to look at Reno and Washoe County because President Trump has to
not
keep
America
it close
without
here.
a Big Mac.
And where he's at right now, it's not great news for him. It's sort of where he was last year. It wasn't enough to win. He has to get a little closer in Reno. It doesn't look like that's happening. But again, we still have 20% of the vote out.
What's
in Nevada.
that big hole in the center of the state?
This is a whole. It's a county that we don't have any information yet. And
so large in area, but low in population.
Yeah. This is a rural. Look, like I said, you're gonna have about 70% of the vote out of Las Vegas. You're gonna have Reno, which is the second biggest city. In the middle, you have a lot of the rural vote. But this is the area where Donald Trump has to run up the vote. He has to offset his losses in Las Vegas and Reno.
Okay, let's quickly take a look at Georgia and North Carolina as well. Let's pick those up. As well, see what's happening in those states right now. Georgia, 91% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump holding on to the lead.
Yeah, so, George, here's the story here. We were talking about a 300,000 vote spread, then it turned into a 200,000 vote spread. Now we're at about a 100,000 vote spread. So Joe Biden is catching up little by little, but we heard T.J. Holmes reporting earlier about some of these counties. Cobb County, 90% of the vote essentially in, and he's doing well. He's overperforming there. But some of these other counties like DeKalb County, we're still waiting on 20% of the vote. Joe Biden's doing really well. If he can expand his voter base in Atlanta and the metro area, he's going to win Georgia. But it is so close right now, and several counties, we're still waiting for the vote to come in. 95% in Gwinnett, but that extra 5%, those likely are going to be Democratic votes, most likely, because you can see the pace that they're going at here. And that's why Joe Biden needs those votes to come in. That's why we haven't called this state yet. It's just too close.
Quick look at North Carolina.
Yeah. Take you in there. And we've been holding, like George, I said, we're up against physics here. Let me bring this up for you. We've been at 95%, I think, for the last 2 hours or so. The spread, I haven't seen
4
in
hours.
a while, so let me see. Let me do some quick math. We're about 100,000 in the spread, a little under 100,000 in the spread, about 80,000 votes right there. This was a vote. This was a state that President Trump won by +3 points 4 years ago. So this is not a position he wants to be in right now. We've been looking at the cities, Wake County, Raleigh, Joe Biden overperforming there. In Charlotte, Mecklenburg, this is the biggest county right there, and you can see he's overperforming. But George, I was telling you this just a couple hours ago. Donald Trump's keeping up, and that's because people are coming out in the rural areas, some of these country towns out here. He's driven up the vote. They could be new voters. They could have been Trump voters the entire time, but he's keeping pace with the gains Democrats are making in the cities.
A lot of big states are out there. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Disney Plus.
No shot.
States. If a faithless elector goes off on their own toot, there's nothing the state can do about it except fine them.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you. We're going to take a break. Stay with us as we await these down-to-the-wire calls. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues.
Chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right.
No shot. I need water. Fuck. What did I eat? A Big Mac, like a fucking good American on our election day. Thank you, Cat Cobb, buddy. Is my money on Biden? Yeah, I think there are 3 scenarios. Biden wins day of the election. That scenario is gone. Scenario 2, Biden wins after the election. Or scenario 3, Trump wins after the election. I think there's no chance of Trump winning today. The merch ships out every single day. It'll guaranteed get there in 45 business days. AZ now at 82%. Still a lead of 130,000. Let's see Maricopa County. 81%. Nice. Prima 89. Okay. 80 for Coconino. Yeah, I just don't know where Trump would make up any room. I guess he would just narrow the voting in Maricopa and Pima because it was early mail-in voting. Sure. Joe confirmed AZ. Oh, shit. The Associated Press called it. Arizona is confirmed for Vice President Joe Biden. So with Arizona confirmed, if Nevada becomes confirmed, and Nevada is closer than expected, I guess. And then if Maine is confirmed, like was called by Fox, is that a 4-0 Maine? Is that what I'm looking at? Is a 4-0 Maine? Because I have Maine as a 3-1. Is the expectation a 4-0? Or is that just because it hasn't finished yet? Prop 22 confirmed, yes. Fucking memes, bro. So now with Arizona locked up, I think the only other thing we can find out today is Wisconsin. That's it. That's literally the only thing we will find out today. Well, I guess maybe Nevada as well. Or Nevada. Nevada, they say mail ballots. They have until November 10th to arrive. I don't know if they'll call Nevada. No way Nevada isn't a lock. There's a way. Yeah, we watched Trump's conference. I guess most of the voting has been counted in red areas. Outside of Lander County. And Las Vegas still has 25% of the vote. That's already leading Biden. So it'd be kind of hard, but... Landers, 5,000 people. Hey, man. That's almost 1/6 of our Twitch chat. Give him some credit.
What I think he's probably heard Republicans say, like,
Hey,
oh, you know,
Ryan.
this is not a democracy.
Yeah.
It's a republic.
Holy shit, dude. Hassan, have you seen the Bernie Sanders clip on Jimmy Fallon where he
I did.
predicted this?
Turn on TTS? Nah, I don't want to hear you guys. I'm good. Ain't no word did I ever say TTS for amount of money. Nowhere. Can't find it written. Never once said I'd ever give TTS. Thank you, Travis. Jeff Gross. Toph? The only thing I'm going to stay online for is Wisconsin. Because Wisconsin changes the game a bit. Wisconsin's not coming tonight? I'll let you read it. Gunner saying the 10 gifted. Well, I mean, 4 a.m. is in 1 hour. I can wait an hour. And then, worst case, they'll be like, hey, we don't know yet. And then I'll be like, all right, shit. Oh, fuck. Hype train. God damn. All right, boys. So here's what's going on right now. We have confirmed several states. We are literally waiting on a handful to be declared on one side or the other. Namely, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. The actual 5 that matter, but only one will be called tonight. It's the big cheese. Wisconsin! That's the one. That's the only we're interested in here today, tonight. Georgia, they're not due until the morning. North Carolina, too close to call. Pennsylvania, they're slow as fuck. Michigan, I don't know what the hell's happening, but Detroit's a bit of a shithole, I'll say that much. In terms of their counting, the rest of the place is great. Love Detroit. So, we're going to wait to find out what's going on in Wisconsin. Because there's 2 options here. 4 a.m.'s in 2 hours. Brother, 4 a.m. Eastern. It says it all here. Shit, man. Why do I have to read when you can also do the same thing? Anyway, dumbassery aside, if Wisconsin goes Trump, I don't think they'll call it, but I think Trump looking like a dub. If Wisconsin flips to Biden in a pretty major way, I think that's an omen for Michigan, Georgia, or Pennsylvania. And if it does flip, then he literally only needs to win one of those 3 to win the whole thing. I think whoever wins Wisconsin wins the whole thing. By the way, boys, if you guys haven't already checked, please do me a favor and check to see if you have a Twitch Prime available. All you have to do is click the subscribe button. And it'll say subscribe free. It'll be purple and you can click on it like a beautiful link. I can't. It won't let me. But I'd appreciate if you did. It's free. It costs you nothing. And if you don't use it, you lose money. And my dream is to have only Prime subs. I would love to be funded by exclusively Primers. Help me make that happen. Thank you, Duranti, Feege Money, Psykaroo Jelly, Arm, D-Booth, Juggernauts, Dougie P. Yo, Kevin, Man TV, Trinity Claw, Nefarix, The Crimson Pinch. Is that Nalima? Nalimia, yo! Bunjix, Bumble, Nathaniel, Mr. Ibute, Kazax, Luke. Thank you very much. Bubble Tea is copyrighted. Disgust Draws, Mango Bay, The Chill Panda, Acid FS, Elite Monster, Zandu, MN Defy, Swipe Seas, Yo, The Reggie, Delison, Naruzi, Cookie, Sad Boy GFX, K Dot. Oh fuck, Meow Mira, R Joshua. So many new primers. R Joshua, thank you again. Gawk Cobbler, Umir, The Ordinary Joker, J-Car. Thank you, boys. I do appreciate it. This has been a fucking long-ass stream. And I think I lost my voice just recapping what's happened every time to the beat of a song. So tomorrow's stream might be a bit fucked. But it was probably worth it for our government and electoral body.
My candidate over 50 so I don't have to worry about it. That's not going to happen.
Think of the 20 gifted.
The assumption is Susan Collins needs to be in the 48 range. You need to be within just a couple of points. As the incumbent, the assumption is these third-party candidates would have listed the incumbent as last on ranking who they wanted, and therefore Sarah Gideon here would get a lot of. There's a progressive candidate that's even been running as saying, "Hey, I want to be your first choice. Make Sarah Gideon your second." So I really am going to be very curious at the end of this night or tomorrow morning or whatever. What is Susan Collins' number? If she's closer to 47 or 46, when all the
Man, why is Maine so cool and progressive? So not only do they break up their electoral votes, but on their Senate votes, they do a ranking system. So you don't just put who you want, you can put who you want, and then if they don't win, who else you want. That's kind of sick. Gunners, think of the 10 gifted, baby.
For all the votes to be counted and to find out who won this election.
Maine's pog.
As you know, there have been Republican threats and actually Republican lawsuits filed. Justice correspondent Pete Williams and Stanford law professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persley are here with us. Nate, let me start with you. A lot of lawsuits flooding the zone. How much is typical? How much is not? And how much do courts, really uphold?
Well, nothing about this election is typical now. And so the lawsuits that are in the pipeline are targeting the absentee ballots, as well as provisional ballots that were at issue in Pennsylvania. And so we should expect many more lawsuits now that this election is close. And we've seen over 350 lawsuits filed this cycle when it comes to this election. That was quite a bit, but maybe not unexpected given all the changes and legal ambiguities created by the pandemic. But now, we are in a mode in the next 48 hours where we should expect the lawyers to be quite active to try to jockey to challenge certain absentee ballots and the like. But I want to emphasize that there is a legal process here, that this is not the first close election that any of these states have had, that you go into, that there's an administrative process in counting the ballots. There is a state court process to adjudicate any alleged infirmities in those ballots, and then there are appeals maybe to the U.S. Supreme Court, but that would be after many weeks of legal wrangling.
Nate, it's Andrea Mitchell. May I ask a question? Because those of us who lived through Bush v. Gore and had the experience of watching them jump in and noticed that Justice Kavanaugh was citing that case, which was not supposed to be precedential, was actually cited in the Wisconsin case just last week.
Okay, I lost you. I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
Again, none of these are sure things. By the way, North Carolina is also not a sure thing. North Carolina, you are allowed to have ballots come in after Election Day, so Trump has a narrow lead there, but there could be more votes counted later on. So all these states are uncalled for a reason. We're making inferences here to try to give you some sense of what the numbers say, plus what my impressions are from reading experts in each.
I think the way it should work is you get an entire month to vote. And no one's allowed to look at any of the ballots until the first day on the next month. And so then you don't have to do all the counting and all the voting on the same day. That seems like a lot of work. Why not break it up? Why not break it up? You just get one day, and it's only opening ballot day. And you start early. Start at 10 a.m. Maybe a week is better. Sure, maybe a week is better. 1 week and it's a national holiday week and nobody is allowed to work, or you're guaranteed 1 day off of the week. Biden got Maine, all of it, or what? Is it the whole thing? How does it work? It's just the 3, right? Yeah. Yeah, that was expected. Okay, that's fine. One week to vote. You guaranteed 1 day off of that week from your job, and everybody counts at the end of the week. Beautiful. Mark Kelly won Arizona. Let's take a look at the Senate. Oh, you're right. Finally confirmed, Mark Kelly won the seat in the Senate against the incumbent Martha McSally, which means 2 flipped seats to 1 for the Dems. Again, 3+ net gain on flipped seats will change the majority in the Senate, assuming that Biden wins the presidency. Because 3 would tie it, but a tie favors whoever is the vice president, which right now is Mike Pence. Damn, AZ went blue this year, huh? Maybe sometime later, Max. Yeah. How do you suppress votes? What do you mean suppress votes? You don't suppress votes. You just don't count. Just collect them all. No counting. How hype am I about hitting 40K concurrents and 26,000 subs? The thing about Twitch, man, is you're never happy about any milestone you hit. And every time you hit a milestone, you just think about when the next one will happen. And anytime you hit a milestone and then you dip below that milestone, suddenly you feel all sad again and you expect to be at that milestone. And so I'm at 26,000, but all I'm thinking is, damn, I can't wait to hit 27,000. And next month when I lose all these primes because there's no election, I won't have 30, 40,000 viewers. I'll be like, damn, what happened to me? I'm washed up now. But I'll probably spend all the money on Pokemon cards or something useless, so that's cool. Let's fucking go! Oh shit, 93% reporting in Wisconsin now. New York Times only has it at 82, interestingly enough. It seems like a big discrepancy between the New York Times and the Associated Press. Are the numbers the same? Just the assumption of how many future votes different? 2.9 mil. And almost 9 mil. So the only real discrepancy is how many estimated future voters there are. Or future ballots to count. Interesting. Well, if this is right and it's only 7% on 3 mil, that's only 210,000 votes left with the 90,000 vote deficit. It's kind of tough. You'd have to get like 150,000 to their 60,000. You'd have to almost go 3 to 1. Don't know the state votes matter because it's all about electoral votes. Well, the electoral votes are based off of the state votes. So Wisconsin's electoral votes do matter. Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter how much you win by. It just matters that you win. So it doesn't matter that Joe Biden won by 3 million votes in California and that, you know, Trump is going to win by, you know, maybe 70,000 in North Carolina. It's still a win. Win's a win. $600,000 residents in Milwaukee, over 250,000 voted so far. Heavily blue city. Yeah, we did look at that. That is the only city really that I see that has a lot of potential to gain a lot of votes in Wisconsin. Because all the other ones are 98% reported, 93%, 98%, 98%, 98%, 98%, 98% reported, 98% reported. Milwaukee's only 41% reported at the moment. And so if Milwaukee can, with that 41%, catch up and then make up some in the 98% cities, then they have a shot there. Arizona was the first flip from Hillary Clinton's defeat in 2016. The North Carolina race was the most expensive advertising battle in Senate history. According to advertising analytics, the campaign spent nearly $260 million on ads. That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so gross. $260 mil? Fuck, man. What a stupid amount of money. Prop 22 passed, yeah. I know AZ was called for Biden. Why is New Mexico blue? Because that's how they voted. Thank you for the 5 gifted Zachary CB. Do I think Trump or Biden wins? I think whoever wins Wisconsin wins the election, and we'll find out who wins Wisconsin in about 40 minutes.
Elected to the Senate in the state of Montana, another Republican hold there in the state, John Carl. The path for the Democrats is getting narrower to take control of the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, this was one that was going to be a reach for them in Montana. But I think that now that they have hung on in Iowa, that it looks good in North Carolina. They didn't pull off that one. That they're not going to win anything outright in Georgia. It does not look like the Democrats will have a majority in the Senate, at least not tonight.
Definitely not tonight. Of course, North Carolina is still holding out there as well. And Maine, we're taking some time on as well, waiting for Arizona and Nevada to come in right now. Christy, I know you'd been talking to Tom Tillis in North Carolina earlier in the night. Any update there?
I was communicating with him probably about an
Tom
hour
Tillis,
ago.
one of the people who could have a seat.
He thinks he
flipped.
won. I mean, he just doesn't think that the votes are there to overcome the lead that he has. And so I think Tillis, has not announced publicly one, but they feel very confident in the Tillis campaign that there's not the votes there to catch up.
And Mark Upterville, presidential historian, let's talk a little bit more about where things stand in this unusual election. We've talked about how this is unprecedented. Some call it the most consequential election of our lives. I happen to believe that that could be true as well. We've had elections during pandemics before. We've never had elections where a pandemic like this, an economic crisis like this, a racial
what
crisis
happened in
like
1908
this,
that so
and a
many people
president
voted?
Like this?
You're absolutely right, George. The one thing is we can go back to the Great Depression. This is in some ways like the Great Depression. We had an incumbent President Hoover during the depths of the Depression lose to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and you saw Roosevelt unite the country during a time of enormous crisis. Our greatest presidents do that. They unite the country. They bring us together. Abraham Lincoln was another one. I think one of the sad moments tonight was hearing our president say that indeed it's a sad moment in American history tonight. And I think that it's a sad moment in the history of the presidency for a president, an incumbent president.
They say that the biggest voter turnout was in 1908 when 81% of the population voted. But I think that's unfair because women didn't have the right to vote then. That feels like not how that should work. You know, I feel like you shouldn't count it in a year where the eligible voters are literally half.
Looks like we're going to have stalemate now for quite some time. Uncertainty in the presidential election, uncertainty in how the Senate is going to play out. There's a majority, the Democratic majority is going to be returned in the House, but this is all happening when
people of color could vote in 1908.
Of Americans, and Lindsay was talking about this earlier, are looking for relief from the pandemic, economic relief.
A major economic relief bill that has been stalled in the Congress, and now it's going to, it's faced a deadlock Congress. You thought that something would happen.
Specifically men.
After the election, but you're right. We, on all likelihood, won't know whether or not Democrats or Republicans will be in control in the next Congress and the Senate until January. And obviously the president.
I'm saying legally they could vote. Jesus fucking Christ, I don't need your 8th grade Jim Crow lesson. I'm saying that they legally had the right to vote, so they're part of the eligible voting group. And so if they're saying the biggest voter turnout was in 1908 when 81% of the eligible voter population could vote, that includes men of color. Unless I'm smoking absolute weed.
Stand down.
Oh, this is the one where Teddy Roosevelt was the third person. Or is this not that? Why was this it? Biggest voter turnout. Oh, apparently it's 1876. This chart's not old enough. Damn, they got lazy as fuck, huh? In 1988. Chris Christie said it's okay. I don't care. Chris Wallace said this is an extremely flammable situation and the president threw a match. Okay, sure. I think that's kind of his thing, though. I don't think anyone's surprised. Whoa! I don't know about Wisconsin, bro. Wisconsin looking pretty closed. It's now, so it was 120,000 away at 91%. Now we're at 94%. 3% more have voted. The gap closed by about 20% or 20,000 votes. But if it keeps on that path, it's not going to be enough. Another 6% would close another 40, 50,000. That's only half. So Wisconsin, according to the Associated Press, if that's the assumed percentage reporting, is looking grim. But according to the New York Times, they're only saying it's 82% of estimated votes. So let's take a look at some different reports. Maybe Fox. And then NBC. Let's take a look at all of the bitches and try to find a number that everyone seems to be hovering around. Oh, they assume also 94% in Wisconsin. Okay, what's another state? BBC presidential election results. BBC has Wisconsin at 82%, so they're just pulling it from the New York Times. Fox is just pulling it from AP, and then BBC is just pulling it from the New York Times. Does anyone else have their own stats that they create? CNN, presidential election results. No. They have Wisconsin at 82, so it looks like they're also New York Times. BBC has their own results. Well, we just pulled them up. And they seem to match with AP. Politico, election results. Wisconsin, they have at 94%, which is the same as AP. ABC election results. They have it the same as New York Times. It seems like people are only on New York Times's or the Associated Press's results pages. So it's either at 82 or 94%. It just seems to be such a big gap. So it's 1.52, 1.42. This is 1.50. This is 1.38. But that amount of votes is not equivalent to 12%. Check Bing. I'm sorry. Bing has it at 97%. Bing seems to be pulling their shit from like DDHQ. DDHQ, which is just a group of people smoking so much marijuana. They have it 88 to 99 in. Yahoo.
You are now listening to Makarosu 82.99.
94 AP. It's all either AP or fucking New York Times. All right, how are we doing in Michigan? 7% difference. I'll keep up, Fox. Decision desk. I use DDHQ. It's right here. Decision desk HQ is fucking trash. But I have it open. ABC Australia has their own info? No shot. Really? They have to just pull from... They have to be just pulling it from AP. I mean, it's supposed to reveal in the next 30 minutes or so. Nah, I'm not going to try anyone else. They're all the fucking same thing. They all just take it from AP or New York Times. No one bothers developing their own proprietary system to find the information. They just yoink.
Rebuilding paradigm. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020. They're 24 hours.
And
Wisconsin won't be done. I mean, the last update from... Oh, shit. Absentee ballots are expected to be counted by Wednesday morning. They just delayed it. Wisconsin's not going to be called today. I don't think Michigan, unless I'm... It is Wednesday morning? Oh, right. Never mind, I forgot. Wisconsin has a population of 5 million, assuming 2 million children. It's only 3 million voters. It's GG. I mean, even if we're going with your dog shit estimations, it still leaves 100, 200,000 voters. Let's take a look at how the independents voted on the exit poll. Independents, wow. Fucking massive lead. That's the biggest of any state I've seen. 58% to 38%. Trump won Wisconsin And he's the first Republican since 1984, defeating Hillary by 23,000 votes. Biden appears to have flipped Sauk County. What's Sauk County? According to turnout estimates, around 320,000 votes remain in counties won by Hillary Clinton in 2016. Trump counties have 110,000 votes left to report. So assuming all Trump counties vote all Trump and all Hillary counties vote all Biden, that's a 210,000 difference. In a 100,000 rate, 100,000 vote race. Interesting. So we're waiting on those 300,000 people. Where the hell did it go? I just had the page open. What the heck? Oh. I will say Milwaukee's margin for Biden is way bigger. Or has way more people left not voted. Jesus Christ. Why don't they just do a marbles game each state? Fuck if I know, bro. They be wasting our time, I swear. %83 now. So now it's within 109,000. 109,000 votes. Ugh. All right, I'll be right back, Chet. I gotta take a shit. If they call it while I'm gone, fuck. Yo. So large share of uncounted votes in Pennsylvania's most populous counties, including Philly, Pittsburgh, and Montgomery. No new votes in the past 5 minutes. I'm wondering why New York Times hasn't called Arizona. They seem to be lagging behind almost every single call today.
Potential contested election. You know, when the markets really started getting skittish a few weeks ago, it was when the president did not agree to a peaceful transfer of power. From the market's perspective, they want to make sure that the election goes smoothly, that the process worked. And from what we've heard from the president in the last couple hours, we're going to get anything but smooth, and the markets are reacting to that, and not in a good way.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Andrea.
Well, you know, that is precisely the point. You heard a very different tone from the vice president, from Mike Pence. He didn't go as far at all as what the president said. He was the cheerleader for Donald Trump, as he always has been. But he was a more traditional...
United Airlines, still good.
You know, political figure.
Mildly walked back the president's remarks.
Exactly, trying to sort of moderate it, and it was notable there, the difference in tone. I also want to just point out, we've talked about the fact that Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats have held the House. They may have lost a couple of seats. Right now, we're giving them, by all accounts, 227.
But I think those are things that are starting to pop into my mind as we go deeper into the night.
Lindsay, pick up on what Yvette was talking about as well. This did the Democrats have? There's a lot of votes still out there. The right strategies as they built this coalition. Did they build the kind of excitement they needed to build?
You know, I think that one thing that you can't underestimate, President Trump has a lot of
one thing Biden does, it's rally people around him.
Heard from the Trump
He's
campaign
a
about the
magnate.
millions of doors that they personally knocked on, despite the pandemic, and all the states where they had thousands
That's
of
why they
people
call it
coming out
settle
and getting on the local
for
news
the
and that kind of traction.
Biden,
I
best
think that
Biden, best.
We'll see.
Comma
We'll
Biden.
see
Settle for the
in
best.
the end if that
Comma
ends
Biden.
up being something that's really tipping the scales. But I think that another major difference, too, is President
Thank
Trump
you,
said
big
that this
man Jay
election
Wild,
is a choice between a
Ashkachu.
Trump boom and a Biden lockdown. And you're seeing in areas at the beginning of the night, Adrian Bankert was talking about how in Ohio, this is really about jobs there. In Houston and many other cities across the country, we heard from people who are saying that they've, as a result of the coronavirus, lost their job.
Bit of a big update here. In Wisconsin, the state we've been looking at, Milwaukee, Green Bay, Kenosha, and Beloit are still waiting to count votes cast before Election Day. So even though Green Bay, which is a red county, a red area, is red, but the fact that they still have mail-ins or pre-election ballots, they might lean blue. That will be interesting, but this number has been stagnant. That does go in stark contrast with this 94% number from the Associated Press. This 94% number is what's weird to me. DDHQ has it at 99% in now. DDHQ, a Garbo website for sure, but it does have it now within 101,000 for Biden.
From ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, all the most innovative storytellers, all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want, free. And imagine the most celebrated, epic live events and moments, all playing out right before you.
Aren't lawsuits irrelevant? I mean, if there's a lawsuit, it's not like it'll go into effect. They're going to continue to count.
So is it too early for you as a pollster to start licking your wounds and to declare something was wrong?
I think that the short answer is yes. I think there's still more votes to count.
Oh, this is the fucking
pollster? I think
pollster?
what happened was there was an expectations game.
Let's check for
based
weed.
on short polling, based on disapproval numbers for the president. Look, I think you have to give him credit. He's a strong closer. I was looking, Lester, at the exit polls, and exit polls are just like polls. In the 2016 election, in the last week, one of the reasons why President Trump won the election, again, not the popular vote, but the Electoral College vote in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, was because he won the late deciding vote. This time, he won the late deciding vote by double digits. And again, that's kind of changed because the late deciding vote in 2020 is a little different than 2016, in which so many Americans voted early. But look, he ran. He's a strong campaigner. He campaigned strongly. Sure, he changed some minds at the end of the game. But I also think we have to give the Biden campaign credit. Sure, they were looking at states that Republicans won in the past.
Give
Texas,
Cooter just a little credit.
Georgia, North Carolina. They worked hard to try to win those states, but they never lost the prize, which again is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And in fact, as we all know, over the last weekend and even yesterday and this morning, the vice president and Senator Harris campaigned in those states because they knew at the end of the day, yeah, we can try to go for Georgia, we can try to go for Texas, but where we're going to win the presidency is these three states.
Well, this will get figured out. Andrea?
I would just say that the other added complication is that now, unlike 4 years ago, Donald Trump is the president. The judiciary is considerably different all the way up to the Supreme Court. And there is less public confidence, especially among at least, his supporters, in the news media, in the legitimacy of these vote counts, and in the process. So there is an undermining of the legitimacy of the American democracy, even though it is normal to count absentee ballots, but by having so many mail-in and absentee votes.
The Republicans have not won the state of Maine in a presidential election since the 80s, so it's likely that Joe Biden will win the state of Maine here tonight.
Yeah, let's go to Heidi Heitkamp. You, of course, served with Susan Collins in the Senate. She was always in a perilous position up there in Maine, held on.
ABC, why are you so slow?
In the Northeast.
Well, what's really interesting about all these Senate races is they're following the 16 trend, which is as goes your state for president, so goes the Senate race. And so Susan's always been able to be a moderate and independent, even though she caucuses with Republicans.
That is a good point. The presidential election will follow the Senate election. So has the Senate won anywhere that the presidential campaign has not? Michigan seems to be very red, but so is the presidential right now. North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin doesn't have one. That's the problem.
We're getting to the point where Senate races are national. When I won in 12, no one thought I could win, but I knew I could because Kent and Byron had. And now you take a look at whether it's possible in a state where 35% of the people in North Dakota voted for Donald Trump. That's a headwind you can't survive. And the polarization that we're seeing means we take out moderates. And that means that it gets tougher and tougher to govern, just as Matt has talked about.
Well, Matt, I want to talk to Matt Dowd about that.
One or two companies own the news channels. They promote the message they want. What is this fucking conspiracy theory? This is ABC News. ABC News is owned by Disney. That's who owns it. They are using probably the same exact information that the New York Times has. New York Times, Wikipedia. New York Times. Owner, the New York Times Company. Okay. Oh. What? So it's not Disney? So it's a different company? What? Wow. Insane.
Most Americans are like, let's get this job done, let's do us. But the vehicles by which they're using those things or trying to accomplish them are doing the exact opposite of what they say they want. And so I think we're in a generation, I think this election is going to set us on a generation.
NBC is owned by NBC. ABC is owned by Disney. Fox is owned by Murdoch. The New York Times is owned by the New York Times. What are the two companies?
Fundamentally have a broken democracy if we can't resolve that.
It's a great point. Like Mark Updegrove, let me bring you in on this. Does history offer any clues as to how that healing, that unity might be brought about in the wake of this election?
Sinclair Broadcasting is local television.
Well, George, and I think the standard, as almost all presidential things are, is set by Abraham Lincoln. In the wake of the Civil War, which is the most divided we've ever been in our country, when Abraham Lincoln was giving his second inaugural address, he said, "With malice toward none, with charity for all," and he extended his hand out to the vanquished South. If we're going to have our next president, whether it be Donald Trump or Joe Biden, unite this country, it has to be done principally rhetorically, by saying the right things and by extending a hand out to the other side, inviting them back into the fold.
Martha Raddatz?
You know, George, just to go on Mark's point there, how you bring the country together when each side not only mistrusts the other side, they basically think the other side is the devil. And I have asked a lot of voters across the country, again, what would happen if you as a Trump supporter, if Biden wins, or you as a Biden supporter, if Trump wins. The Trump supporters will tell me they think the others will come around. They'll see that Donald Trump is right. You can also talk to the Trump voters.
It's biased because the news corporations predicted Biden would win. This is Fox News's electoral map. From their website, on this is Clinton. This is 4 years ago. But it's Fox News. Fox News thought that Clinton would win. And they also predicted that Biden would win. But I think both times they were trying to get Trump to win. They were wrong.
That the president...
2 times maybe. Are they biased towards Biden? Probably not.
And those who went to Vietnam, suckers and losers. Donald Trump was very angry about that article, immediately responded to it. I talked to a veteran in Colorado who'd seen a lot of combat. He said, look, I don't believe anonymous sources. I just don't believe he really said that. Said, look, what if somebody...
The developments are here at the White House. The president obviously delivering that election morning speech the night after, of course, the returns started coming in which he falsely tried to declare victory. In fact, did say that he believes we have won the election. To be very clear, the facts on the ground simply do not support that. As we've been talking about, there are so many legitimately cast ballots that have yet to be counted in some of these really important battleground states. Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, for example, races that NBC News has not yet called or projected. To talk about some of this, I want to bring in somebody who knows some of these states and campaigns well, along with the White House, former White House press secretary and NBC News political analyst Robert Gibbs. Robert, good morning to you on this November 4th.
Good morning.
Talk about your reaction here to what you heard from the president here at the White House in the East Room delivering that speech.
Yeah, just nothing short of stunning. I mean, I guess in some ways we've come to expect it, but it's still a jarring thing. Particularly when the president wants to see votes counted in places like Nevada and Arizona, but doesn't want to see any more votes counted in a Pennsylvania or a Michigan. So, again, a jarring thing. First of all, a campaign event in the White House is a jarring thing. To watch the president of the United States essentially...
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there?
Most innovative. Why is Fox News' thing just a picture? I'm shocked they didn't do more. Time. Well, that's kind of pretty. That was the same speech from earlier. Nothing new yet. Just 1% more vote in Wisconsin. Ooh. And Georgia. What's the arrow? 64% Biden still. Election's already over in Australia. We won't spoil. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Check the live update page. Mark Kelly win preserves Democrats' hope for control of Senate. Dude, a retired Navy captain and an astronaut is such a badass resume. I was a captain and I went to space. Fuck. That's impressive. He's my cousin? Change your last name if you have the same one. That's just tough. That's tough. Everyone keeps talking about Cloud9's tweet. I just can't imagine it's that funny. Congrats on winning election, Trump. There's no way Biden can come back from that. I don't... Is that like a comeback meme because of Cloud9 or something? Oh, it's like some C9 joke? Yeah. The bigger C9 joke is how irrelevant they've been in every esports realm except for Super Smash Bros. Melee. But I guess if every year you get to make a 4th place joke, you can go to bed happy. Sure. Or is that Team Liquid? You can't even make that joke about TL anymore now that they're doing the best. Oh, that's what I wanted to check. They're saying that Mark Kelly flipping Arizona can flip the Senate, but who else can flip? What the fuck? Mark Kelly's wife was shot? So he's an astronaut. He's a Navy captain. Someone tried to kill his wife. And then he became a senator. This guy's life's a movie. He's doing too much, though. He's making the rest of us look bad. Can't be doing so much stuff every day. He needs to run for president. He needs to serve in the Senate first. Oh, Georgia 94% now. Hold up. Hold up. That's 2% more. Does that change the no? Is that 94% only for... Oh, that's just an AP discrepancy. Look up Johnny. Johnny Kim, S2J. In television, the vast majority of broadcast and basic cable networks, over 100 in all, are controlled by 8 corporations. Fox, the Walt Disney Company. Yeah, 8. That's 4 times, 2. When the call was 1 or 2. I'm not saying it's great to have only 8 for local networks, but 8 major news corporations is not exactly the same problem as having 2. DDHQ? What? What? Nothing's here. Joe had 3 million in Wisconsin for a second. Milwaukee nearing the process of 169,000 absentee ballots. That was 15 minutes ago. Republican David Andal, who died of COVID in December, has been elected to the North Dakota House of Representatives. That's impressive. Gotta give credit where credit's due. All right? Work's not done when you're dead. I'm going to stay up until they call Wisconsin. Or they say that they're not calling Wisconsin. Either news update. Whoa! The forecast hasn't changed at all. If it does change, though, that's the noise I'll make. Trump is plus 100,000 in Wisconsin, but there are 700,000 votes left to count. He's up 700,000 in Pennsylvania. There's 1.8 million to count. He's up 300,000 in Michigan, but there's 1.8 million to count. He's up 77,000 in North Carolina. There's 300,000 to count. He's up 100,000 in Georgia. There's 450,000 to count. And those states all haven't counted the early mail-ins first. I mean, looking at this, it feels like Michigan's way more doable than Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania does seem quite foregone, but Biden was super confident he was going to win it for some reason. Going to bed? All right, no problem. Just get ready to wake up to your new world leader.
Democrats, on the other hand, are feverishly doing the math. One of the reasons I got into journalism, I was told there wouldn't be a lot of math involved. So I can't tell you if President Trump can make up this ground, but Democrats remain extremely confident that they're going to hold on to the win tonight, George.
And as you said, we're waiting for one more dump of votes coming, we hope, shortly. We have to take another break. We'll be right back.
Yeah, there was the first trans senator. But I think that was an expected conclusion. But is still now the highest ranking.
At this moment, you just heard Lester say it before. He left, if you were with us right before the 4 a.m. hour, that this race is simply too close right now to really call. It is a race where we await millions of votes that have been cast. States all over the country, some of them have gone to bed now. They'll resume counting in the morning. Some of them, like Pennsylvania, have 3 days now to count votes that came in. As long as those mail-in ballots came in by Election Day, they'll be able to count them per the Supreme Court for the next 3 days. So, again, we can go through the boards and show you which states we're waiting on. And it is a lot of states, despite what the president said at the White House. We're looking at Texas we can call for the president. So the projected winner per NBC News of Texas is President Trump. Florida, we have also called for President Trump. Ohio, we have called for President Trump. We have projected that President Trump wins Ohio. And in Minnesota, NBC News has projected the winner there, Vice President Biden. In Nebraska, we have projected the winner, President Trump. Nebraska splits its electoral college votes, so we're still waiting on how that will work out. But at this point, statewide, we project for President Trump. Again, many other states, we went through them a few minutes ago, simply too close to call or too early to call at this point.
Boys, it's official. We are 49 subs away from 27,000. 100% confirmed. So if you guys haven't checked to see if you have your Twitch Prime available, take a look. We're almost there. This road we've been on today, all we've cared about since we started stream 8 hours and 40 minutes ago was, can we get to 27,000 with only Twitch Primes? And then also, like, who's going to win the election? But more importantly, 27,000 with Twitch Primes. Don't use your own money, Echo Steel. Buy yourself a bidet, for fuck's sake. Thank you for the Prime, Nate. Premeditated Fire Rocker. Tesserin. Agent Attila. Glenn Tenney. Exposed Mycos. Dead Method. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Yes. 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 Yeah! There it is! Let's go! Am I proud that I have more Twitch Primes than Kanye got votes in this entire country? Yes. Yes, I am. Anyway, back to the news. We are only staring at the great state of Wisconsin. No update in the past 26 minutes. We are at a standstill on the Associated Press and the New York Times, waiting for any piece of information.
Came out to support him, and now that question is, can they narrow this 8-point gap? Arizona's important. You got those 11 electoral votes, Kate, that are on the line here. And in a situation in which Joe Biden pulls off Michigan, Wisconsin, and having now Nebraska's that one congressional district there, Arizona would clinch it, and Joe Biden wouldn't even need the state of Pennsylvania. That's how important Arizona is to Joe Biden's map.
Yeah, and you heard the president, Vaughn, say we have a lot of life in that state and we need to get it counted, whereas he was saying about other states, well, we've already won, he was incorrectly saying. So clearly Arizona important to them.
Tell all of us what you're looking at right now, how you see the map changing, what you think the key factors are that are going to decide this race.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of more state by state, right? So it's about kind of learning which ballots are outstanding where. It's not about making projections as much. I think the one that is most confusing, I mean, so this is probably out of date, right? You might want to kind of reset that. But here's if Trump wins Wisconsin, for example, but Biden wins Michigan. Just kind of running through different scenarios when you brought this map up. Wisconsin's one where we might get the most news right now. Milwaukee County is expected to announce its absentee ballots soon. Kenosha County has some absentees.
That was a weird-ass map.
So that margin will close in Wisconsin, but will it close enough for Biden to overtake Trump? I mean, we're trying to get as much information as we can. It's not clear how many votes are outstanding exactly.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. It looks to the naked eye, but we've been warning people about this all night, that those margins in Pennsylvania, that margin in Wisconsin is actually quite large and would be difficult to make up.
So Wisconsin's a different category in that it claims it's going to be able to have a count by some point early in the morning or maybe early in the afternoon today, Wednesday. Whereas Michigan and Pennsylvania have said it's going to take a few days, and so people should not.
The votes are on the way.
Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, which hasn't been called yet. These are states that we might know relatively soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 169,000 absentee ballots from Milwaukee are en route to county election officials. About a 3-minute drive, according to Chad Hollowed on Twitter. This will update the current count. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Big numbers dropping now. Just updated on the screen. 1% more counted there. The lead now 107,000. It was 109,000. Who the fuck is talking over me right now? Who the fuck is Judge Barrett? Or why are you talking? Why are you talking? As we were saying, and Chad said 3 minutes away, 1% increase in reporting. Let's take a look at the Associated Press. No change. Classic Associated Press. Back to the New York Times. The New York Times are assuming that there are many more votes missing. Wait. Hold up. I'll have to make this quick because of DMCA, but if the Associated Press are assuming that there are only 6% of the votes remaining, but we know that there are at least 169,000 votes left for Milwaukee alone, does that math add up? So let's do it together. There's about 3 million votes that were cast in total. 1% of 3 million is 30,000. You multiply that by 6, it's 180,000. You take away the 169,000 that we know as a fact are being driven right now. That only leaves 11,000 votes for their 6%. But 11,000 votes for their 6% doesn't include places like Green Bay that are at 80%. Madison, that's at 83%. Eau Claire, at only 98%. I mean, those add up. If 169,000 of the 180,000 are from Milwaukee alone, can we really trust this 94% reported? Or was this 84% reported more accurate? Let's go a little bit farther. Let's go into Wisconsin itself. So if Milwaukee had 50% of the vote remaining for 169,000, and we know that Green Bay has 90, 66, 93, 91, 9% remaining there, 7% there. Maybe the New York Times map is closer. Oh, we're getting to DMCA. Christ. Shit. God, I fucking love this song, but we can't listen to it because of DMCA. No! This is also DMCA'd. This is also DMCA'd. This is also... All right, let's just listen to fucking Zelda music. So now we know that there are 310,000 votes remaining in counties won by Hillary, 90,000 remaining by Trump. That's 400,000 votes remaining total. 169,000 of those from the county of Milwaukee. Milwaukee, which does house a large Democratic base. Hillary won it last election, guys. God, I keep forgetting my leg is waxed, and it feels so damn good to rub. Now, I wouldn't wax all my leg hairs, but just a bit, not too bad.
Utmost care to make sure they handle these votes very, very well, and they want to make sure that they do it, in the way that no one can criticize them for. So I think that they are taking probably great offense to the idea that these votes could somehow be corrupted. They are going out of the way to make sure that they are taking painstaking time. They're still working tonight, and just like the rest of us. So hopefully we'll start to see some movement pretty soon, and we may get an idea, maybe not necessarily within the next hour, but certainly within the next few hours.
We're getting ready. Come on, man. I want to see the crowd. Get it going. You got it? You've been working. I'm like hitting my wife for you. You want to come up? Everyone wants to get it. Come on, baby. Show me what you got. Show me what. Just move. If you got to know it, just move. It's all I want to see some movement. I'm not seeing enough movement. Oh, my God. It's not that big. Woo. This is Bella, by the way. Artie, an incredible artist. We played an amazing song. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Awesome.
Identifying with the black male vote, he was able to make some inroads. The Platinum program that he created had a strong conversation. A lot of black men were very curious about entrepreneurship. They were curious about the economics. They were curious about the job market. I think what the Democrats have to recognize is that black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party. That is a fact. But they also have to recognize is that the black male vote is up for grabs at this point, and it is possible not only in this
coverage ahead. Stay with us.
To have you with us
this fall.
Oh shit, Rashida Tlaib wins the re-election in Michigan. I think that's the entire squad re-elected. Uh-oh. Let's take a quick look over at the Senate race because it looks like Susan Collins' lead has narrowed a bit. And the way the Senate vote works in Maine is a ranking system on who you would like best. And so at the moment, she is at 49.5%. Sarah Gideon at 43.6%. If she remains below the majority, below 50%, then whoever voted for Lisa Savage's second votes will be counted instead of their first votes. And I believe a lot of independent voters put Sarah as their second, which would, if it continues to go down, flip a seat in Maine, joining Mark Kelly. That's how all voting should be? True. Then all those Kanye votes I would not judge at all. I mean, I always think you need a majority. I think not getting a majority of the votes is insane to me. That presidents have won with less than 49% of the popular vote blows my mind. Not even half the country wanted you. In Australia, we have a preferential voting system. That's cool. You also have 80% of the land you can't even access, called the fucking outback, with nothing to do there. So, you know, some cool things, some not. What's left to count tab? It's right here. Sorry, Aussies. I'm just malding. My bad. It's been a long night. Julietta Henry reports that 100% of Milwaukee County's count is done. After getting the computer information from Claire Woodall-Vogue, Henry says it will take 30 minutes for the information to be uploaded. We can expect it before 2 p.m. Pacific Daylights. 30 more minutes in this long haul. It's all coming to a head. I'll take it off sub only. Sure, yeah. I guess it's probably chill now. What's up, guys? Sorry we hid you away. We just had cool people in chat, and we didn't want you guys to embarrass me. But now you can be the weird yous you want to be. Literally no updates whatsoever in any single state in the past fucking 3 hours. Oh yeah, let's check out the California props. So we have a bunch of confirms. Prop 17, restore former felon vote. Confirmed yes, that'll be good. Stricter parole sentencing, no, hell yeah. Local government rent control is now a no, which, all right. Prop 22 passed, cringe. And then this one requires chronic dialysis clinics to have an on-site physician report data on dialysis-related infections and obtain consent from the state health department before closing a clinic. They may not discriminate against patients based on the source of payment for care. So they're allowed to discriminate now based on the source of, so like if you, it's like, oh my God, where'd you make this money? And then I go, oh, OnlyFans. Are they like, I am sad about 22 passing. I think 22 is very cringe. '22 is a prop that allows Uber to hire drivers and consider them independent contractors rather than to have to give them the full rights of an employee. Like, you know, pay time off, health insurance, minimum wage, reimbursements. I mean, I just remember reading a bunch of articles about how Uber really in the long run will lose you money for the amount of damage you do to your car and the amount of money you'll make from actually driving around. So if you're barely making a net positive by doing this, how is that ever supposed to sustain you full time? And I feel like it could if you were considered a full-time employee and were given regular benefits. Is there any benefit to 22? There is a benefit. They basically made them a halvesy. Like they conceded in giving some things to make it sound better. And then the commercials looked a lot better, because I originally thought 22 would have been POG. Prop 22, payments for the difference between a worker's net earnings and the net earnings floor based on 120% of the minimum wage applied to drivers engaged time and 30 cents. I don't know what the fuck that means, but it seems like a decent concession. Limiting app-based drivers from working more than 12 hours during a 24-hour period. Drivers who average at least 25 hours a week of engaged time during a calendar quarter require companies to provide a health care subsidies equal to 82% of the California covered premium. It's basically like a bunch of things that seem POG, but it would have just been straight up more POG for a full-time employee. '22 was only for the state of California, because the state of California is the only state that I know of that said it was illegal to have all the drivers be considered independent contractors. It was like a court case, and this makes it legal now. This is the cringiest part about it, is that amending Prop 22 requires a 7/8 vote in each chamber of the California state legislature and the governor's signature, provided that the amendment is consistent with and furthers the purpose of Prop 22. So you can't change it really without putting it through voter approval again. Biden now behind by like 98,000 after Kenosha absentees counties. The thing is, these Milwaukee absentees are very likely to be very blue. They are city, not county absentees, and absentee ballots were thought to be quite a bit bluer than the everyday vote in Wisconsin. So he needs about 80% of these ballots to be blue to win. Look at North Carolina. North Carolina hasn't been updated in well over 6 hours. The people want Trump. People from certain states want Trump, and that can help him win the election. But the people en masse have not ever wanted Trump to be the president. But that doesn't matter because that's not how our republic works. I'm not salty. I'm just not dumb. Do I think 80% is possible? I have no goddamn clue. I've never been to Milwaukee in my life. I've never done a poll in my life. I could not tell you what is possible. I can only look at it and react to it. Small states have more power? Yeah, because the electorate is made up by the population of a state, but you need minimum 3 electors per state. And so some states that are very small, like Wyoming, get 1 person to vote for every 200,000 people in the state. Whereas in California, it's like every 700,000 people. DDHQ? Whoa! DDHQ just counted 100,000 votes, and I think there was a 100,000 vote difference, and so those votes went about 80-20. They went about 80-20 there right now, because it was at 3,004,000 votes before, and now it's at 3.1 mil. So if that ends up being true, then yeah, that was 80-20. I mean, that's the 80-20 he needed. We'll see if that reflects on AP soon. But on DDHQ, that shit seems very big. Yeah, Biden got the majority of the votes that were just counted. 100,000 votes got counted, and Biden just got 80,000 of them. So those 100,000 votes were from 400,000 votes that still need to be counted. According to the New York Times, 400,000 votes need to be counted still. And so that, well, hold up. Let me actually check. The New York Times says that those 100,000 are 1/4 of the remaining votes. Oh, fuck! Joe Biden is now leading in the state of Wisconsin. Big news update. We stayed up. You were here, boys. Why the fuck did you stay up if not to see the results from Wisconsin? And here they are. DDHQ, the first to report 140,000 more votes. Still 260,000 left to be counted in this state. So it is not over yet. But Biden has gained The first lead he's had in Wisconsin all night. Let's see if those votes reflect. I'm going to keep it up. I need some water. And yes, you did read it right. Kanye West not even in the top 5. The Associated Press nor the New York Times have updated to that same count that DDHQ has. DDHQ's numbers have been accurate in the terms of who voted for which candidate. They are incredibly wrong in the amount of estimated votes. They have undershot it by far in almost every single state. But it does seem... There it is! The Associated Press, excuse me, has tacked on the first 100,000 that we saw and now has Trump in the lead by 30,000. So we saw it in 2 waves on DDHQ. The first wave has just appeared on the Associated Press. This race, which, as you can see here, was within 100,000, has narrowed to within 30,000 votes. Wisconsin truly making amends in Milwaukee. Trump switched the state for the first time since the 80s, last election. Wisconsinites might flip it here again today.
Governor Thomas, you do it.
Shit. All right. No new updates from DDHQ. Let's see if AP does update that second chunk. They haven't yet. We don't even see the first chunk updated from the New York Times, but the New York Times has been the slowest today out of ABC, who are truly lagging. I don't understand politics. How come most people fall on Republican or Democrat? Why can't you be pro-gun, pro-abortion, pro-military, pro-LGBT? Well, you can, but it's a two-party system. And so you have to find which things you care about most and then align with that party so they can pass legislation for the things you care about more. Because at the end of the day, you have to pick between two people who care about certain things, and you probably won't line up one-to-one with either candidate ever until the day you die. Check DDHQ again. Oh, shit. Joe Biden stretching the lead out to now a 20 1,000 vote lead, the biggest lead he's had in Wisconsin. There it is, some updates from the good people at the New York Times. Let's check in with the Associated Press. Still have yet to update after the first 100,000 bump. But we did see the Associated Press follow DDHQ's footsteps in these votes that were counted. Now we are up to 170,000 new votes out of the 400,000 that are yet to have been counted. So we're missing 230,000. Still truly anyone's race. No way to call it yet, but a lead, nevertheless, for the vice president. Nate Silver from 538 on Twitter saying it is true he is plus 20,000, which does match up. Oh, he's just quote tweeting DDHQ. Oh yeah, we all fucking read it, bro. Stupid ass. Check New York Times news update. Fuck. The New York Times news update. Fred Upton, Republican. No, it's not the right one. This is vaguely reminiscent of 11 p.m. in 2016, but in reverse and slow motion. Biden up narrowly in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Wait, what's going on in Pennsylvania? Where are they getting these numbers? Oh, shit! The Associated Press has confirmed that Biden is leading in Wisconsin by 10,000 votes. So we were right. The reported number was wrong from the Associated Press. It was right from the New York Times, which I guess means there still are about 230,000 votes to go. So we'll see. The late votes have been leaning blue. Nate, why are you saying that Biden is leading? Based on my replies, I don't think people have fully internalized how democratic these mail-in absentee ballots in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are. It's going to be close, but the ballots are overwhelmingly Democratic. Over 75%? Asks somebody. He replies, in Milwaukee, easily. Across the whole state of Pennsylvania, probably. Wow. Nate Cohn from the New York Times making a bold claim. Now considering Biden to be up in these states where he's down hundreds of thousands of votes. But this is a slow race, a marathon. Do not hold your breath because these votes will take days to be counted. But the mail-in ballots have come out and they have changed the tune. Mizzy! Hold up. What'd you say?
Wins. We can't. How are we going to be able to afford boxes anymore?
If Biden wins?
We're going to lose 12% of our money.
Yeah.
And you already lose half of it just being in California.
Yeah. Miz, I have 27,000 subs, brother. We are not in the same bracket, brother. But I mean, you're doing great, though. I mean,
You're at 27,000.
yes, sir, and climbing.
You know, I hit 15,000 the other day.
That's Pog.
27,000, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
It's like a.
What's up?
Did you say Twitch Prime on Hassan's stream? Like 27,000. How'd you get that?
People vote for who they believe in, Miz. And I've said Twitch Prime about 18 different times today. And every time I've gotten 100 subs.
Let me try it. Ready? Yo, Twitch Prime to me, everybody.
Is that really what you... That's not very passionate.
I got one. That's one that I usually get. I usually lose subs.
Do you have... I have a spiel. You have to go through the spiel.
Oh,
shit!
What?
Joe Biden now confirmed leading according to the New York Times, the Associated Press, and DDHQ.
Oh, shit.
In the state of Wisconsin.
Wait, it's got like 20 subs. All right, chat, ready? I'm going to try this spiel. All right, boys. If you have your Twitch Prime available, I want you to check right now to see if your Twitch Prime is available. Personally, me, I'm going to use it on Soda Popper this month, and it's on the 26th. So if you got it available, just drop it to your favorite streamer. It doesn't have to be me. It could be anyone. Boys, it's TikTok time.
Okay, that's a rare one. It worked. You literally have a hype train right now.
Yeah, it worked.
I know it works every time.
I think they just got excited about the TikTok part.
What's your breakdown?
What do you mean?
Your primes to raw tier 1s to gifted.
Oh, I have no idea. I never check that. I just pray that I'm at 15,000 every day.
I have 7,000 raw tier 1s. I have 2,000 gifted.
Bro, you have no gifted. What the hell?
Everyone else is prime. Yeah, I only have primers. I rely on primers.
Do you like on YouTube say like yo prime, or do you just you got it here? Because I know, doesn't Critical have a fucking metric ton of primes as well?
He does have a lot. No, I don't really go on YouTube and say that. I've said it in the past. I said it once. I just said I thank you if you have done it. They just do it on their own.
So they like offline Twitch Prime?
They usually wait till I go online, so in the off chance I'll say their name.
Wait. Have you seen my cat?
No.
Check my stream. You see him? You want to? It's so
is
cute.
Your cat? Oh, I didn't even see it. No, I just thought Fort Connor was touching his nipple.
No, so we found him in a Whataburger.
Oh, really? And you just holding on to him? Very cute. Oh, I muted myself without realizing.
Dude, Connor found it and with Russell at a Whataburger. So they were outside the Whataburger, and Russell started going, "Come here, kitty," and the cat just came to them and just sat on them, and then they took it home, and now we own it.
Holy shit.
Yep. And it's the best cat I've ever.
I've
never liked cats. I love this cat. You could just sit with it. It sits with you all day. It just relaxes. It's the best thing ever.
Are you gonna keep it?
Yeah. Oh, it's ours. I can never get rid of this thing.
How old is the cat?
I don't know. I think it's a baby because it got a lot bigger, but it has white hairs.
Like Benjamin Button, maybe.
Do you have a button? Oh.
So you stole a cat from Whataburger.
Is that okay with you? You're not gonna tell anyone.
I'm down for it.
Oh, fuck. Wait, how long are you gonna stay up for?
Until they call Wisconsin.
When's that?
It should be in the next 20 minutes or so.
So So you're telling me that if Wisconsin wins, that Biden only needs one more state out of the others?
I think whoever wins Wisconsin wins the election, yeah.
Wait, who'd you vote for?
I don't say who I voted for, Ms. I'm a journalist.
All right, on the count of three, let's both say who we voted for.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Jay
Trump or Biden?
Was that a save?
I think we're both saved. I think we're both fine.
Did you vote? I can't imagine you did.
No. So Maya woke me up and said, we need to go to we need to get a flu shot because my mom wants me to get a flu shot. And she also said we have to go vote.
Uh-huh.
So I said, no, I'm doing one or the other. And we decided on getting a flu shot instead.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Because here's my logic. When it comes to voting, I don't feel prepared to vote, right? I don't want to just vote for Biden because people are like, oh, vote Biden. And I don't want to vote for Trump because 90% of the trucks have bumper stickers that say Trump 2020 on it. Like, if I were going to vote, I want my vote to be something I actually care about. And I didn't do enough due diligence to actually vote this year.
Ms., that's brain dead. 130 million people vote, all right? Who gives a shit about due diligence? The average person intakes about as much political information as you do, all right? And they just vote because that's their right. There's no due diligence. It's the information you receive based off peers in your life and then the information you get from whatever news source you receive. That's it. That's pretty much every human bases their vote off of those two things. That's all they got. And so you have one, guarantee. What are your two? I mean, you have the people around you in your life. You know how they feel. And you have the news information, which is probably just you watching Hassan's stream occasionally and your Twitter feed. And that's what you should be basing your vote off of.
So that I know who I should vote for.
I think you would know where you lie based off that off your social circle alone. Yeah.
Schlatt 2020.
Likely there, yeah. You'd likely go there.
Oh, the cat's purring.
But also, there are a bunch of props that are arguably more important to vote for, especially when you live in states that are less impactful in a presidential election.
Oh, like, isn't there like I feel like I took a political class. I forget. What was it, chat? There's other stuff too. Why is Will Neff in my chat?
Actually, there are no props for Texas.
Will, don't you have to go carry Hassan's stream? What are you doing? Why are you here?
All right, I have to farm my primes up to 30K, Miz.
Yeah, go.
Enjoy, Cat.
Bye, Lud.
Bye, Miz. Boys! Oh my God, breaking news update. Don't do the eye roll thing yet. Don't Pepe mods yet. I haven't said what the thing is. I was going to say Joe Biden is now officially leading the popular vote by 2 million for the first time in this election. $2 million. The number of people on Twitch.tv that don't use their primes every single month. I'm sorry, but it's true. It's a big number. I'm sorry, it's just true. If only they were to click the subscribe button and see if it says subscribe free. They don't have to use their prime on me. I'm not greedy. I don't need 2 million primes. That's a lot of primes. It's a lot of money. I just hope they would use their prime on their favorite streamer of choice, whoever it be, whether it's Hassan, whether it's Mizkiv, whether it's Atriarch, whether it's Stans. It doesn't matter to me. It just matters that you use your prime at all. At the end of the day, we have two things we have to do in this world: pay taxes and die. But on the way to the ladder, we can still use our fucking primes. Just to take a few pennies out of Bezos' hand, it will have been worth it. Maybe to give it to a no-viewer streamer. He would probably cream his pants. Or she. Let's check DDHQ. The lead has tightened. It was 20,000 at one point. Now it is down to 14,000. Still lead for the vice president. Let's check here. An 11,000 vote lead. So we can see here there are 150 votes left from counties that Hillary won in 2016 and 100,000 from counties Trump won in 2016. But I still believe there's at least 50,000 mail-in votes, which will also lean blue if things go like they did in 2016 with a less popular candidate, Hillary Clinton. It does appear to be a Joe win in Wisconsin. Let's take it to our map right now and just assume for a moment that this trend will continue and that Joe will... Wait, where's our map? Where's my map? There it is. So if we assume that Biden's winning Wisconsin, because for all intents and purposes, he is on pace, that leaves 3 states left, and Trump would need to win them all to win this election. And if Wisconsin's any indicator of what's to come in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, or even North Carolina, it'll be kind of tough with those comeback, late counted mail-in votes. Now, he is currently leading in 3 of them. But Biden is leading in Georgia, or at least expected to win Georgia, based off of the New York Times forecast, which includes 94% of the counted vote from Georgia, but the 6%, which most of it is the uncounted votes in Atlanta, which leads by a lot. Trump's leading by a lot. Well, he might be leading short term, but it's a 64% chance for Biden to win, according to the New York Times forecast, who's been pretty conservative the entire night. And I think that's because Georgia has a lead of 100,000 for Trump, with 8% of the vote remaining, with 5.5 million voters. That's 55,000 times 8, which is 400 plus thousand. 400. Yeah. That's over 400,000 votes remaining in Georgia. Actually, we can just do this. I'll just click on Georgia. Oh, they don't have the count. They don't have the count. But anyway, there's about 400,000 votes remaining in Georgia. And that's important because the places those votes are remaining in are the Atlanta area, where they stopped counting pretty early on. So as you can see, these big areas, these big counties around Atlanta have 10%, 11%, 20% left here, with a 70% Biden vote turnout. 16% left with an 85% Biden. 20% with an 83% Biden. This is a lot of where the voting is going to come from. Check Michigan on DDHQ. Oh, shit. Hold up. Whoa. So we won't forget that I think Donald Trump had a 300,000 vote lead. And all of the sudden, DDHQ has absolutely dropped another bomb. That lead shrinking to 82,000 votes. Let's take a quick look here. So this is the old reporting. We can see with 4.3 million reported, it's just changing right now in front of our eyes. Some added on. 4.3 million reported had Trump with a 200,000 vote lead. And now it's at just 4.37. Oh, my God. So it looks like they're voting in swaths. I mean, that was just 2.26. Wait, what? Hold up. DDHQ has Trump's number of votes 70,000 under what it is on AP and the New York Times. I'm cutting the music. That seems weird. That seems weird and sus that it would be off by 70,000. They're missing one Trump county. I don't know what it is, but they're off by 70K. So should still be a 160,000 vote lead. Because they only jumped in votes for about 50,000 people for Biden, but they're missing so many for Trump here. Record scratch. Anyway, Georgia's I think, if Wisconsin ends up being a win, going to be the most interesting state. After the city of Milwaukee reported its 169,000 absentee and early votes, Joe Biden polls to a narrow lead in Wisconsin. Green Bay early voters remain outstanding. Now, Green Bay is a red county. All right? Although it is a city, it is a red county by 15 points. Having said that, that red lead will be thwarted a bit because it's early votes that are counted and early votes only, which regularly have shown to be a bit blue. 15-point lead. Let's go ahead and look at the 2016 election in Michigan and see what the lead was. Brown County So Trump only led by 11 points in Brown County against Hillary Clinton, who has generally performed worse than Biden, where she won. And right now, Trump is leading in Brown County by 15 points. So we can assume that's because a lot of the voters in Brown County voted by mail. So we should see that gap narrow a bit. Meaning that more votes, even though it will end up red, will be for Biden. I don't think Georgia's DDHQ numbers should change too much. 2.382 to 2.82. Yeah, that's pretty on par with all the other sites. Again, Georgia stopped counting the votes in Atlanta. They just stopped counting. They went to bed. They, unlike us, decided to make a good decision for their health. And so if we go through and we look at red-dominated areas, obviously it's not all 100%, but we're talking 90s, 98s, almost across the board, as opposed to a lot of the blue area, which is, 49% for Dougherty County, which is much smaller. Savannah, 80%. Augusta, 86%. So all the votes have to be counted there still. Most importantly, around Atlanta. Atlanta is really the key. Atlanta, the key. Green Bay's absentee ballots are delayed because one of the vote counting machines ran out of ink an election official had to return to City Hall to get more. Are you fucking kidding me? It's 2 a.m. Why, God? Ladies and gentlemen, there is the facts. These motherfucking boomers didn't get extra ink. Don't you hate it when you run out of black ink and have to print in color? Dems were too optimistic about North Carolina, Ohio early on, and there was tons of Trump vote left, even in blue counties, because Dems voted early. Now Republicans are too optimistic about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania because there's a lot of early absentee Biden vote out there. Why does a counting machine need ink? As if I fucking know. This archaic technology. How our government hasn't put in $200 million so we can just vote online or some shit. Like, we all show up to a booth that votes online or something. Handprint. Like, not out online at home. You still have to go in. Hackermans would ruin it. Probably. We never can have nice things. I don't know why DDHQ is missing 70,000 votes for Trump in Michigan. Doesn't make sense to me. But DDHQ is also a dog shit site that just happens to be counting the votes a little bit earlier, but everything else about them sucks. Yeah, we read Green Bay ran out of fucking ink. Uh-oh, news update from Tim Alberta, the CEO of Politico, says, Tim Alberta, the chief political correspondent from Politico, says, folks, it's not just Detroit. There are tons of mail votes about to be counted in Grand Rapids, Lansing, Oakland County suburbs. Trump's lead in Michigan is going to vanish. Tim Miller follows up, what do we know about timing? Can I nap? Anthony Cilantro follows, guaranteed to be released as soon as you wink out. Jon Favreau, the writer of the hit movie Iron Man, says, sure does. There's no such thing as the wrong Jon Favreau. There's only one Jon Favreau, and he acted in the movie Friends, and he wrote the movie and directed Iron Man. Still a 200,000 vote lead here. Let's check out. Yeah, a 200,000 vote lead looks about right for Trump in Michigan. Let's take a look at the forecast. Still 64%? Yes, sir, it is. Don't forget Chef. I always thought Chef was a dog shit movie. Or not dog shit, but like, eh. But I never watched it, so I can't tell you. Oh, shit! Major news update. The clerk has returned with printer ink. It was an 8-minute trip. Let's get it done. Oh, fuck! Another update. Boys, we are only 2,774 subs away from 30,000 subs. That's right. If we just collected every human who voted for Kanye West in the great state of Vermont, their beautiful faces would get us there. Oh, fuck. They just received 1,000 votes. Nice. Sock on these nuts, County. Stupid. That was stupid. Oh, fuck. Hype train. Thank you, boys. Another 3,000 votes from Wisconsin have narrowed Joe Biden's lead to now just 9,000. Trump won this state, flipping it for the first time for the Republican Party since the 1980s with his defeat over Hillary Clinton. It was one of his narrowest victories in the 2016 landslide that tore apart the fabric of polling as we know it. 30,000 people won it for Trump then. 9,000 could win it today for Vice President Joseph R. Biden. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll change the music. To nothing else. Quick news update. 523% on that hype train. Thank you, boys, for using those Twitch Primes. I appreciate it. Way to check to see if you have a Twitch Prime available and use it on cooldown. All right, we'll switch. Now, originally, we did have a poll number, or excuse me, we had a number on New York Times' website that showed the amount of votes remaining. It seems like they have removed that because perhaps they've collected all the votes. They're just waiting for them to come in. But I still remember it at 3 million. It was 400,000 left. So if we're going off that number, if it remained stagnant, then there are 200,000 votes left to be counted in the state. 1,700 votes just counted. The lead still 9,000, actually 8,400 for Biden. Things getting a little bit dicey. Let's check DDHQ. DDHQ has the lead at 14,000. It has not changed. In fact, I believe now DDHQ is behind the New York Times, surprisingly enough. DDHQ employees have taken a snooze. Mish Merck, thank you for the 5 gifted, buddy. Michigan poll numbers are inaccurate because they're missing 70,000 on DDHQ. As far as Associated Press, it hasn't changed in a few hours. And on New York Times, it hasn't changed either. A 200,000 vote lead thereabout for Trump is what it has been and what it remains to be. Thank you, oh no. Relegation Zliots. I think the 5 get it. Boys, don't have to use your own money. Make sure you buy yourself a bidet. Christ. According to Tim Alberta, Trump's lead is down to 70,000 in the state of Michigan. This is yet to update on any of the sites, whether it is DDHQ, the New York Times, or the Associated Press, but he believes this is because of the mail-in votes. Again, that was a 200,000 vote that was separating the two. Wait, why do I have ABC open? Fucking boomer head asses.
And it's been said that we won't know the results until days later. When do you think we'll know the results?
All right. Jimmy, you raise an important point, and I hope the American people understand it, because this is something I worry about. My view is every vote must be counted. For reasons which I don't have the time to get into tonight, you're going to have a situation, I suspect, in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, other states, where they are going to be receiving huge amounts of mail-in ballots. And unlike states like Florida or Vermont, they're not being able, for bad reasons, to begin processing those ballots until, I don't know, election day, or maybe when the polls close. That means you're going to have states dealing with perhaps millions of mail-in ballots. Here is my worry. What polls show and what studies have shown is that for whatever reason, Democrats are more likely to use mail-in ballots. Republicans are more likely to walk into polling booths on election day. It is likely that the first votes that will be counted will be those people who came in on election day, which will be Republican. And here is the fear, and I hope everybody hears that. It could well be, and, I don't know what's going to happen, nobody does, but it could well be that at 10 o'clock on election night, Trump is winning in Michigan, he's winning in Pennsylvania, he's winning in Wisconsin, and he gets on the television, he says, "Thank you, Americans, for re-electing me. It's all over. Have a good day." But then the next day and the day following, all of those mail-in ballots start getting counted, and it turns out that Biden has won those states. At which point Trump says, "See, I told you the whole thing was fraudulent. I told you those mail-in ballots were crooked. And we're not going to leave office."
Holy shit, he's from the future. Biden is like Cosmo and Wanda rolled into one. I don't know what that means. I just said it. I've been live for 10 hours. All right, you can fuck yourselves. I don't have to give you... What, I gotta be entertaining and keep up with this shit? I thought I was Trunks. I'm going to go to sleep when Wisconsin's called. And it's at 89% reported. Hearing some rumblings about Nevada. Hasn't really changed much, to be honest. Let's take a look at the breakdown in Wisconsin, because Milwaukee is now completely counted, and that was the bulk of the votes. The only other places where there really are some votes are a couple thousand here in La Crosse, couple thousand in Eau Claire, couple thousand, not even really, it's pretty 50-50. Pretty much nowhere else is blue. And so for Biden to win, he's going to have to get so many more votes than Trump in Brown County, where he's down 15 points. He's going to have to narrow that to within single-digit points. And Hillary Clinton lost Brown County by 10 points in 2016, so it's not impossible. But he's going to have to get his votes from red counties, not from blue counties, to hold his lead, which is now only 8,400. It's only red because the blue votes are male? No. Green Bay is a red county. But it doesn't matter if it's red, it matters how red it is. Nevada coming in right now. Oh, fuck. Wait, was that an update or was that like that? 587,578. Yeah, no, that's definitely way more votes. 1.2 mil now. The lead is now only 9,000 in Nevada, where it was formerly 23. Oh, fuck. It has updated on the New York Times' website. Nevada has an 11,000 vote lead for Joe Biden, with 16% of the vote remaining in Clark County, which includes Vegas, and 11% in Washoe, which includes Reno, which I believe is about 70% of the vote, if not more, for the entire state. I believe this county right here is 70% of the vote for the entire state. But it seems like all counties are about equal on both sides. Fuck. Okay. So let's take a look. Right now, the lead is 11,000 in Nevada. There are still 200,000 votes to be counted. 180,000 of those are in counties won by Hillary Clinton. That's pretty much just Reno and Vegas, those counties where those cities are. And then the remaining 20,000 are in the rest of the state. So, you know, those counties do lean blue. Those counties are dominated by the cities, which house them. But it is still close. We're within 11,000. Wisconsin's slowing down a bit now. Wisconsin changed? Not here. Not here. Yes, here. It's 7-7 to 8-5. Okay, yeah. Associated Press. Tightening the gap. Check Riley Reid's Twitter. Feel like it's a bad idea. Feel like it's a really bad idea. Holy shit. 49 to 49%. A 9,000 vote lead, 87 to 99% of the votes recorded in Nevada. No, I'm not on any stream. Oh, shit. $4,000 votes added to Wisconsin. So they still have 180,000 votes left to count. I need water. Green Bay votes on the move. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Green Bay votes on the move. We have officially hit a 10-hour stream, which is probably the record for me this year. New York Times says that Wisconsin still has 400,000 votes left to be processed. They said that earlier on, but they said 400,000 left at 3 million votes. So now that it's 3.25 or 15, it's 185,000 left to be counted. My longest stream ever is 16 hours. I've never gotten close to 24. Oh shit, 2,000 more votes in Nevada. Still seems pretty normal. I think 24 hour streams are kind of dumb. You should just go to bed and wake up and do a better second stream. But if you're like train wrecks, then you just do them like it's fucking nothing. Well, I'm not going to go to bed in real life, so, or like off stream, I mean, so I'm not going to go to bed. Wisconsin within 9,000. I'll go until Wisconsin gets called or they announce that it's not getting called. But either way, they will announce what's going to happen. DDHQ's Wisconsin is delayed. It's 6-8 and then 5-4, and then here it's 8-3-7-3. So they're just behind in the times. DDHQ PA. We're at almost 3 mil and then 3-4. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, it looks like an additional 50,000 vote increase for Biden, catching up. So it's now within 650,000. Still a pretty big lead for Trump. But I believe it was 700,000 away in Pennsylvania, 700,000 away in Michigan, and now that 700,000 in Michigan's narrowed down to like not that much, 200,000. But the Pennsylvania one stands pretty strong. Philadelphia just announced the result of 65,000 additional mail-in ballots. 61,000 are for Trump, 4,000 are for, no, 61,000 are for Biden, 4,000 are for Trump. So maybe that's where DDHQ has their numbers from. Politico. Interesting that Politico's map is leaning towards Biden in Nevada and Wisconsin, but also predicts him to win the election, although Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are one of the states he needs to win. And they all have it red. But I guess it's because it's leading red right now. It's probably based off current.
And Democrat Raphael Warnock. And in Arizona, for the late John McCain seat, so far, astronaut and Democrat Mark Kelly is winning against incumbent Martha McSally. Democrats would need to gain 4 seats to seize the chamber, or 3 seats if Biden wins the White House. Mona, Kenneth.
Zareen Shah, thank you for that report. An election night has now stretched into election morning with no decisive winner in this year's presidential race.
Let's bring in ABC News contributors Amanda Renteria and Mike Muse. Amanda, let me start with you. Surprises for you this morning?
I think
think we would have liked to see an earlier evening. Certainly would like to have some answers now. But at the end of the day started off with Biden's campaign team said, listen, we've got to keep the blue wall. Keep that in mind as we go through the day. I would have liked to see some of these Senate races turn. We didn't see that. So quite a few surprises in terms of Trump bringing out new voters to really match what Biden's
Election day via absentee mail-in voting. That being said, that's actually not how this process works. The president cannot make a direct appeal to the Supreme Court. That needs to be done through the state courts initially. It is possible that we will see a legal challenge right away on a state level. But look, if the president loses Arizona, which he is on track to do right now, then it might not even...
Oh, fuck NBC not just hook her up with a Shure SM7B. Why is she using a blue snowball? This is not Call of Duty commentary from 2012. Thank you, CNanners. But can you speak clearly?
He pulls out North Carolina as well. So there's a number of different scenarios here that we're waiting on. But, you know, I think what we can say and what everyone should try to ensure and try their best to do is really uphold, you know, small d democracy and make sure that every single vote is tallied and counted and that election officials have the necessary and proper time to do so. I've spoke with numerous election officials. They're nonpartisan. They're doing their best to be as quick and accurate as possible, despite what the president claims.
I haven't had a chance to see what's the headline on the Washington Post front page this morning.
The headline is that the president, that this presidential race is in limbo at the moment.
Jackie, thank you so much for making time with us this morning. Appreciate it. We'll make time for another quick break right now as we continue our Decision 2020 election night coverage.
The lead now only at 7,000 in Wisconsin for Biden. Wisconsin getting very hairy. Very hairy indeed.
I believe that for many, we have to realize that there are two...
When this guy talks, it fucks with me because I always feel like he's just off and he's lip syncing what he's saying.
...is in trouble with COVID-19 and our federal response to it. But there's another side of America who wanted more, you know, federal response. They wanted more aid and assistance. They wanted more of a lockdown, more of a mandate for social distancing and a national mandate for mask wearing. But then you have another group of Americans who just as equally part want stores to be open. They want the restaurants to be open. They want the nightlife to resume. They want airline traffic to continue and the hotel industry to boom. A lot of people feel like their liberties have been shut out and have been shunned. And so you're seeing two different types of vote, Kenneth and Mona. One, you see the vote of like wanting this newness, more of getting control of COVID-19. And then another part, you see less regulations. But then you have two Americas too as well. One who are completely bothered. Another America who is anxious about their lives mattering, about feeling...
Okay, I don't like this guy that much.
Every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who...
It all rides on Pennsylvania? No.
Good.
If Trump loses Wisconsin... and Nevada, because Arizona turned, Biden can win Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Georgia, or North Carolina if somehow that happens. Any of those four, and he can win the election.
Community and police, that is becoming normal, and we can't let that happen too much. That's why we have to be honest in these conversations, ignore the polls, and start being comfortable in the uncomfortable conversations.
You bring up some really great points. Mike Muse, Amanda Renteria, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm a firm believer in my Wisconsin theory. I think if Trump wins Wisconsin, it's for sure over. I think if Biden wins, it's also... my Wisconsin theory is what I'm sticking to.
Of this campaign, coronavirus. The story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
Agenda-free TV. agenda free, like he has nothing to talk about. That makes sense.
Be concerned.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We're back on this Wednesday morning. It will soon be 6 a.m. on the East Coast, if you can believe that. The Today Show will be picking up shortly. I want to bring Joyce Vance into our conversation this morning. She's a former U.S. attorney, a professor at the University of Alabama School of Law. Joyce, thanks for being up early with us. Appreciate it. So you've got the legal perspective here. Everyone all night long has been talking about what a legal mess this might be in the coming days. Walk us through what you're expecting as the sun comes up today, as we head into Wednesday. Do you expect legal challenges filed right away?
I think we have to look at what happened leading up to the election. And that was a series of challenges. We saw this flurry of cases on the Supreme Court's shadow docket, where the court didn't decide the cases
out of Rome.
This is the nursing home just outside Seattle. Dozens of people were just rushed off this cruise ship.
No updates. Can I go to bed? Yeah, if you want. To wake up without knowing what fucking happened in the biggest night of our democracy, then it's no problem. Nevada with an 8,000 with 1.19. DDHQ never read their amount of people voting. It's always wrong. I think New York Times is the most accurate amount of people left to vote numbers. AZ's not confirmed because AZ allows... Or is it AZ that does that? They were saying earlier that AZ takes a few days to count mail-in ballots and shit. And that the Senate race or some shit 2 years ago took 5 days. That's it for election result updates until 9 a.m. on November 5th. They've counted all in-person early votes, all in-person election day votes, and all mail ballots through November 2nd. They still have to count mail ballots received on Election Day, mail ballots received over the next week, because they allow them to receive them until November 10th, and then provisional ballots. So Nevada won't be called until tomorrow. Not today. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Likely. And if it's really close then, it won't be called for a while. But if what's remaining to be counted is mail ballots, which we've seen has been all blue tonight, then I don't see why Biden would lose an 8,000 vote lead, especially when it's mail ballots coming from 2 blue counties in the Vegas and Reno counties. Give me a Wisconsin update. Give me the same update for Wisconsin. Michigan's updated. Michigan has 80% of the vote reporting. It's still a 200,000 vote lead for Trump. They do seem to be reporting a bit more, but it is still a 200,000 vote lead. That hasn't narrowed at all. Yeah, we just read Nevada's tweet. Here's where we're at. Every state, we know what's going on. Except for Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. But North Carolina's probably Trump. Arizona and Nevada are probably going to be Biden. Wisconsin's probably going to be Biden. And so that leaves Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. And right now in Georgia, they have 92% of the vote counted, and Trump has about a 100,000 vote lead, a little under. But the votes that weren't counted were the votes in Atlanta, which has Biden winning 70 to 30, 80 to 20%. Michigan, somewhat of a similar story. Trump's up by 200,000 votes. But there's a lot of mail-in votes that are left to be counted. And then Pennsylvania has a 700,000 vote lead, which, I don't know. That seems the hardest to win of the three. But right now they have a 63% chance for Biden to win Georgia, according to the New York Times. And if he does that, then he wins the election. Or if he does it in Michigan, or if he does it in Pennsylvania. So he can lose Pennsylvania, he can lose Michigan, as long as he wins one of the three. I feel like that's what's going to happen. Or maybe he'll just double dip. Now, he could lose in Nevada. I think that'd be weird. I think they've already called it in Arizona on some networks. And Wisconsin seems pretty good. But that's what we're waiting on, was Wisconsin information. And it doesn't seem like they're giving us a lot of that. Do they know if they're calling Wisconsin? Thank you, the 10 logic. They haven't announced that they wouldn't call Wisconsin tonight. What's taking them so long? Fucked up ink. It says Wednesday morning. Let's see if it changed, actually. Absentee ballots are expected to be counted by Wednesday morning. All right, Reed Epstein is in Wisconsin. Let's check in on Reed. This is the one motherfucker we know. He said the ballots are in transit to the Brown County clerk who will report them. Yo, are they calling Wisconsin tonight, or can I go to bed? Check Wisconsin's Twitter. Apparently there's no ink, so I don't know what this ink situation was. But apparently the ink thing was a lie. All right, we can close out in Nevada because we'll get literally no more information from them. It's all down to Wisconsin. DDHQ hasn't updated Wisconsin in so long. What's Nate Cohn up to? Pretty good news for Democrats in Nevada. It's going to be not going to be called when the margins is narrow, but you can pencil it in the Biden column for the purposes of gaming out where we're going from here. That's based off of what's left to count in Nevada, which is all blue. Michigan's updated. It was at this, wasn't it? 80%. Man, we are so close in all these states. We are like 80%, 90% of the way there. What the fuck? Women. women. Alaska's at 36%. Yeah. Because they don't count any mail or absentee ballots until a week from now. But it's Alaska. Alaska hasn't voted blue since 1964, when Lyndon B. Johnson went up for re-election. Why did I visit Stoke-on-Trent? To see what the UK has to offer. It is weird that the ink thing was a lie. That's kind of confusing. Why did they lie about the ink? Better yet, why were they wrong about the ink? Yeah, that was a lie. Ink scandal. Oh, it was just paper and he mistook it. That makes sense. Oh, fuck yeah. 10, 15 minutes. They keep nickel and diming me until I'm down to a literal amoeba. But goddamn, I'm still here. Ten to 15 minutes. We're gonna last out that long. Hassan went up 10K subs in one day. Now, imagine doing that, except 25 days in a row, and you have Ninja in 2018 when he hit 250,000 subs. Isn't that crazy? Song's called Reach. Nate Silver, the 538 guy? Why? Wisconsin is the most certain since I don't see many ways for Trump to gain votes there. The same probably holds for Nevada, although in theory it's possible late arriving mail votes could be red if Republicans waited longer to send in their ballots. The one reason that I think that Nevada's mail-in votes could be Republican is that every single person who's a resident of Nevada was sent a mail-in ballot. But that's not exactly what he was saying. Yeah, I wouldn't say Nate is the best person for the job, but he does bring up some points. Wait, what happened in the main Senate? Oh, nothing yet. That's the same count that I had. We're staying up for 10 to 15 more minutes, so about 7 more minutes from now. I love Train. I just wanted to do the thing solo today, and at this point, I'm just fucking gassed. Are the votes in? No way. Nevada's election division announced that no more results will be given until 11 a.m. Eastern on Thursday. Yeah, we know that. DDHQ has not updated in forever. AP has not updated. No, it has not updated. You debated me, and it was a success. Maine is closed. Bro, it's a state. 2 minutes ago on New York Times page. Yeah, these numbers haven't changed, though. We are 6 minutes away from getting these results. PA went up 100,000 for Biden. PA was a 700,000 difference. PA is now a 650,000 difference. That's the same it's been since the last time we checked. It has narrowed on New York Times. The doctor. I think there will be a recount if it's within, yeah, if it's like they might recount. Like they'll recount if Trump loses by one state or vice versa. Like if this happened, they would recount Georgia and Wisconsin. But if this happened, they probably wouldn't. Or if, like, this happened, they'd probably recount Nevada in one of these fucking states. It just depends how close it is, right? Wait, is Maine all blue? Maine is 3 blue, 1 red. Yeah, that's what I have. Join change group. I'm gonna end in a bit. Will also asked me. I'm just gonna chill with chat. AP updated Michigan. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's within 70,000 now. It's within 200,000, right? Yeah, that was a big win for Joe Biden in Michigan. I don't think they've reported it on New York Times yet. I can just pull it up. $710,000 votes remain in counties won by Hillary in 2016. 270,000 votes remain from counties that Trump won in 2016. So that's about 1 million votes with a 200,000 vote lead. 4.5 million right now. So they think it's going to go to 5.5 million votes. Alright, what the fuck is up, Brittany? What's going on with this 10 to 15 minute? Oh, 13 minutes ago. A win in Michigan would be GG. For sure, for sure. It is insane how tight this race is, and perhaps it's just how they're having to tabulate the votes because the voting has been spread apart from so many different voting methods. But Michigan polling was plus like 9% for Biden, and Wisconsin polling was like plus 12%. So for it to be off, if it is within 1%, this much is like double as bad as Clinton's election. What do you have, Nevada red? That was like a hypothetical, I think we were doing. I don't care about betting sites. Nevada's not red. This is probably more accurate. All right, it's been 15 minutes. Georgia's closed for the day. Till tomorrow. We're waiting for Michigan to update on New York Times. It has updated on AP. We saw that. Wisconsin's reporting number, or excuse me, AP's reporting number has been wrong. At least for Wisconsin. They had it at 94% with about 400,000 less votes. Nevada stopped, Georgia stopped, North Carolina stopped, Pennsylvania stopped. Wisconsin and Michigan are still going. Oh, fuck. Oh shit, that's Wisconsin. I'm tired. What? It's been a long night, brother. I've been alive 11 hours. Green Bay coming in the next 3 minutes. I've been tweeting at Brittany, bro. I've been tweeting. What is this where the information will be? I don't know how to read this. I'm not an epidemiologist. Why are you killing yourself staying up for this? I am paid to be here after all. Stream tomorrow is going to be the me giving Cutie my credit card, and she's going to do an Amazon stream with that. We'll both be live. But maybe we'll have to do some election shit. Who knows? I do have an Among Us tournament someday this week. Fuck, when is it? I think it's Thursday. Oh, 8,000 votes reported in Michigan. Yeah, they're still behind because it's 336 and here it's 269. So they're off by 120,000 votes for Joe Biden, which is a pretty big discrepancy between news organizations. DDHQ's been behind all fucking day. Yeah, they're still behind AP. Whoa. 1570557. Yeah, they're still behind. They're behind on everything now. They were chill for a bit. They were like the first, and now they're just behind. The Wisconsin numbers are so old. The difference between Trump and, yeah, it's 58,000 now. Wow. Wah, wah, wee, wah. Out 58,000 here, right? Or 68,000? 68,000. No gap is closing in Nevada because they stopped counting. So no. No, you're wrong. The gap will remain 8,000 and it won't change. Nate Cohn tweeted. Nate Cohn is a Nevada rep for the New York Times. What would he know? He's in his clothes. What is he going to say? Wayne County ballots will bring Trump lead down to 1.5 in Michigan. Oh, he does Michigan too? Ooh. New Wayne County ballots will bring Trump's lead to 1.5. 1.5 is about what they have on AP's website. So this is just the AP report. This is the 68,000 lead that we're seeing right now on AP. I gotta piss. Yo. Thank you for all the follows and the subs, boys. I appreciate it. Bro, this 10 to 15 minute thing is fucking up my night. It has been 30 minutes. Suck my dick, Allison. You're fucking with me.
If your call is in regards to applying for a marriage license, passports, or election information, press 2. This menu. One moment, please.
Brown County Clerk, let me help you.
Hey, this is Ludwig with Twitch.tv. We just wanted to get any information on when the Green Bay information is going to become available.
Right now it's being processed. One of the sticks that we have is a pretty big file, and we're about a third of the way in. So it'll still probably take a little bit longer for us to have it fully processed, but we're working on it right now for it to get it reported.
Great. So we're still on track for, I guess, Wednesday morning. Is this process, when did it start? I guess if it's 1/3 of the way through?
Yeah, we've been about 20 minutes in.
So we're thinking maybe 40 more?
Yeah, so about 40 more.
40 more minutes. All right, sounds good.
Alrighty.
All right, have a good one.
You too. Yep.
Boys, breaking news. The Green Bay votes are currently being processed 1/3 of the way through. Started about 20 minutes ago, so it should be about 40 minutes for that news from Wisconsin regarding those votes specifically in Green Bay. Vice President Joe Biden currently down by 15 points. Hillary Clinton lost by 10 points 4 years ago. The mail-in votes are the last to be counted from Green Bay, so we should see that 15-point lead from Trump narrow a bit. But will it be enough to hold the lead that Joe Biden currently has with 8,000 votes ahead of President Trump? I'm a journalism major. What did you expect? I have a degree for this shit. This is journalism. That's right. The Walter Cronkite School of Mass Communication and Journalism, which housed my educational programming for the 4 years I attended Arizona State University. As always, Ludwig News is supported by the great viewers at home. We thank you for using your Twitch Primes. It does help move our programming forward every single month that we continue to do this. News with bias. And no check mark, but actual followers. Michigan numbers coming in. 750 votes. Damn. Amazing. Wanted to get in.
Brown County Clerk, let me help you.
Hey, this is Ludwig with Twitch.tv. We just wanted to get any information on when the Green Bay information is going to become available.
Right now it's being processed.
That's my reporter voice. Yeah, it's my reporter. Yeah, we just wanted to, have a bit of a deadline coming up, trying to write a story about Green Bay. So we're wondering if it's that you got to use your reporter voice. I can't walk into that call going, boys, what is the plan? It doesn't.
One of the sticks that we have is a pretty big file, and we're about a third of the way in. So it'll still probably take a little bit longer for us to have it fully processed, but we're working on it right now for it to get it reported.
Great. So we're still on track for, I guess, Wednesday morning. Is this process, when did it start? I guess if it's 1/3 of the way through?
Yeah, we've been about 20 minutes in.
So we're thinking maybe 40 more? Look at that. And I mathed them too. I mathed them. 1/3 of the way through, started 20 minutes ago. That's math. You'd think an English major wouldn't know how to do that 20 times 3, but I do it, and I do it quick.
Yeah, so about 40 more.
40 more minutes. All right, sounds good. Maybe 40 more. 40 more. Look at that. Math. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I did get a 630 on my math SAT. My bad. Whoops, drop that. Let me pick that up. Put that in here.
Yeah, so about 40 more.
40 more minutes. All right, sounds good.
Alrighty.
All right, have a good one.
You too. Yep.
Perfect. And it lasted the exact length of a clip from start to end in the call. Weird how he doesn't miss. Oh, my mouse died. Shit. All right, fuck. Yeah, Trump's lead in Michigan was 200,000. It's narrowed down to 68,000. Hasn't updated yet in the New York Times, but it's updated in the Associated Press. Did she like my tweet? No. I'm toxic. Bro. I'm toxic, man. She's just a journalist. She's just a journalist for Spectrum. She won an Emmy. Fuck, man. I'm sorry, Allison. You probably got a family and shit. That's my bad. It's my bad, man. I'm sorry. You got an Emmy. That's cool. No clout. But you got an Emmy. That's tight. I wish I had an Emmy. Oh shit, there it is. New York Times updated it. Biden up 1.5% now with 140,000 votes. Holy fuck. Like the clip of the phone call? Someone's got it. think it's on live stream fail already. It's the one moment of the stream that was worth. Why am I not verified? Verification's a meme. It's only for journalists or for people who are part of organizations who have Twitter contacts. That's it. If you don't have a contact with Twitter, but you are a journalist, you're right. But I think I have to have written 3 news stories that are on respectable publications. I have, look, honestly, I should be able to get verified. I have this tab right here called Twitter, and all it contains are articles that I'm in that are from, like, you know, respected publications. Business Insider, Washington Post, Polygon. And you only need 3 articles. But I cannot send it to Twitter because I don't have a Twitter contact. So I have everything I need, but I got no one to send it to. Respected in the sense that it will count for Twitter's verification. Where's sure, what's up with Train? Schlatt's verified. Cap. I can hook you up. I work at Twitter. Jelly Pickles. Jelly Pickles, you're the one who sent me the sunglasses. Jelly, I want you to know that I checked my P.O. box for those sunglasses today. And I thought to myself, these are so shit. And I wanted to throw them out. And they didn't have a trash can in the USPS, so I brought it home. He sent me sunglasses through the P.O. box. And the message was like, I just wanted to send something to see if you'd open it on stream. I hope you wear the glasses, maybe. And they're like shitty, they're called alien glasses. And I was like, no shot. I don't want this plastic in my room. Try to throw it out. No trash cans. No trash cans. So I now own your alien glasses. An esports org would do it for me, sure, but I'd have to join the esports org for a few months. Show us? They're not here. They're in my car. I'm not gonna go get them. They're so far away. Chat, it is not worth it. They're so far. Bro, I've been live for 11 hours. How are you going to tell me 11 hours in you didn't know I was live? Hassan is a much stronger streamer than me. I do look, let's just look at this. So, Hassan streamed 16 hours today. I streamed 11. And honestly, I'm kind of tired. I'm going to call it quits soon. But what I did was more impressive. Here's why. In the past 30 days, I have streamed 142 hours. That's up. That's kind of average for me. Hassan, on the other hand, in the past 30 days, has streamed 294 hours. That's actually down for him. So if we just round it up, I average 150 hours. He averages 300 hours. So I am technically doing way more than usual. He's just barely doing more than usual. I average 5 hours a day. I've done over double that. He averages 10 hours a day. He only did 1.6 that. I'm just saying, Hassan, kind of lazy, bro. It's the election, okay? Work harder today. I'm working twice as hard. That's just math. If you're mad at that, then the Electoral College is going to make you real upset. All right, we are 13 minutes into our 40-minute countdown. Hassan's views after all this shit over graphed down. Yeah. So, he had 200,000 views in a single day of people just watching him to hear his take on the political presidential election. The fact that 200,000 people would go to Hassan during a presidential election shows how much faith and respect people have for him en masse. Every event that's newsworthy for the rest of time will have tens of thousands of people going to Hassan. And that's cool. And if nothing newsworthy is happening and, you know, he's playing games, he might not have as many viewers, but that's fine. One, that means that our world is less tumultuous. Good. And two, it doesn't mean that he didn't have that success if he's not currently having it. You're going to always have it. That's how Twitch goes, up and down. Is this song on repeat? Oh, it's a 20-minute version. That makes so much more sense. YLYL will be this Saturday. So tomorrow we're going to be doing an Amazon stream. I'm basically giving Cutie my credit card. I'll let her pick out anything on Amazon, and then you guys will vote whether to get it or not. Thursday we're doing the anime intro ranking, and we're also doing an Among Us tournament. Friday it's Fireball Friday, so we'll be hanging out, doing Risk, some other shit. Saturday is going to be You Laugh, You Lose. But if I laugh, I'll give the $1,000 to the person who sent in the video. The election shit will be... I watched the first few episodes of The Queen's Gambit. Pretty good show. I thought it was yuck and icky when she had a period. Gross. Ew. Why not just not have one like guys do? Michigan, still 1.3%. Actually, no, that's better, actually, right? Yeah. 1.3%, but still expected for another 800,000 votes to be reported. Wisconsin still at 89%, with another 200,000 votes meant to be reported. Sure. Technoblade replied to you? Technoblade should not be awake. My king. Then I need the emote where the guy is chilly. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Pokey, wanna come out here? I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. You don't wanna smoke, so ask for the check, please. I just made a big bag. I just bought a Bentley. Always on your right feet. I be living rent free. The girl wanna fuck, even though she just met. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. Wake up in the morning and I had to take a big pee. Only thing I know how to
Who called this TikTok shit? This is Poke.
is spaghetti. Met that bitch once and
You're a Norman now. Reverse Normand.
I'm built differently. 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 Hey, you took my dick. I barely knew her. I go with that hockey on my scooter. Scared to have a gun, yeah, but I shoot her with my dick. I'm a coomer. Wow. Where the fuck is Mario? Judah, I've been looking all night. I've been searching on computer. I'm built differently. Yeah, I'm built differently. 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 I'm built differently.
$20 minutes left. If it doesn't come in 20 minutes, I'm calling him back. Hey, this is Ludwig from Twitch again. Just wanted to update. We did have a third of the way through last time. Just want to clarify. Are we at a half now, or is it a 2/3 situation? Just want to let that sink in a bit. Am I going to call Will? Well, no. Honestly, I was just going to go solo. Train keeps asking me to go on his thing, so I might just talk to him for a bit, but I'm trying to run this train solo. Allison followed me. Don't lie to me. I'll go follow. Oh! Follow for follow, baby. Just two journalists, baby. Just two journalists. Man, it is going to be awkward when I tweet about being short, having acne, and cutie Cinderella, and she thinks I'm a journalist. She did double in followers, actually, right? Wasn't she at 1,000? She's at 3.6K now. Holy shit. Oh, no, she was around here. Was she? I actually don't remember. You don't get verified unless you have a Twitter contact. I don't have a Twitter contact. Her Twitter contact wouldn't actually work for me because I can't be submitted as a journalist. I need the gaming guy. I think his name is... No. Not Fwiz, that's YouTube. The Twitter gaming guy. No. I forget his name. Slasher is an independent journalist who has written articles for various news organizations or appeared on their shows. He's not a Twitter employee. I'll just look through my following. I'll go through all my following and then I'll just Control F Twitter. What? Who the fuck is it? Did I unfollow him? He might have left Twitter. Oh, this guy. Rishi Chadha. Head of Gaming Content Partnerships at Twitter, Twitter Gaming. This is the guy that gets gamers verified. I can't DM him. I have tweeted at him. And I don't think harassing him with you fucks would work either. I just have to sit here one day hoping he notices me. Look at all of us thirsty fucks trying to get partnered or verified. JHB, Corpse, Quackity. We're desperate. These guys made it happen. Chad, stop trying. Hey, what's up, bud?
Oh, it's Ludwig.
What's up?
Hey, how do I get verified on Twitter? Any of you guys know?
If you just keep tweeting about fucking,
I'll send you the contract,
if you keep tweeting about Green Bay, eventually
Don't
somebody will give you
listen to him. I'll get you.
I'll send you the contract.
No!
I'm gonna make you an email right now.
You.
I'm gonna make you an email right now. Ludwig@FaceClan.com.
This is the voice of the serpent.
Give me a juicy 1 month contract.
1 month.
All right, 5 weeks. 5 weeks. The phase 5.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. We have a chemo update from 1 minute ago.
What is it?
From a checkmark. Like I said, patience is not my strong suit. I called over to the Brown County Clerk's office again. Don't judge me, but he said they're uploading the final ones right now and says hopefully the results are in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
No
way!
There it is. We got it. Let's win this.
Did you guys not see my tweet?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
40 minutes.
Yeah, tell us. Did you actually call?
Yeah, I called him.
Yeah, you did it on stream, yeah.
Who'd you talk to?
I talked to the guy at the Brown County Clerk's office.
He really did. I watched the clip on stream. He actually called them. He said he's Ludwig with Twitch TV.
He said 40 minutes, 25 minutes ago, 15 minutes left. Your guy just said 15 minutes. Journalists
Ludwig,
matching up.
Ludwig, answer this to me.
What's up,
With
gamer?
Brown County and Kenosha County, can the state be flipped back to red? Yes or no?
Look, at the end of the day, it's going to depend
Tell me yes.
on the percentage of voters.
The mail-ins.
Now, we obviously know that Kenosha County generally just a little more Republican.
But they're mail-ins, baby, and those mail-ins are dripping blue.
Hit different. It's not a state like Nevada where everyone sent a mail-in, so I think the blue wave won't be as impactful.
Oh shit!
So
I have
can
another.
we make up the 7,000 votes to be red?
We have another Mo update. Brown County Clerk Sandy Juneau tells Fox 11 election results are being uploaded right now. Should be done within 30 minutes.
We're going back in time, dude.
Let's do it. It's like, okay, actually, the closer it gets to this, I think I'm swaying the odds because it's going up right now. On this one, I think my hopefulness copium is working right now.
Yeah, he's in it till the end. This is it.
No, Mo.
I just need Brown County. I don't understand. To me, it's just so obvious. Brown County and Kenosha County are going to push us over the edge, and we're going to be red. So you guys are all so confident that won't happen.
Okay, Mo is holding out for it. That Brown County might do it.
I think there's no shot it doesn't show up in 15 minutes. It's coming.
Well, the last tweet that I just did said within 30 minutes, so I don't know. It keeps getting longer and longer.
Who's your source?
The last tweet that I just did was Fox 11 News. I'm linking it. I'm linking all these things in the Discord chat.
Not really a respectable journalist like myself.
Yeah, Fox is fake news.
True. I didn't compare the number of Twitter follows to the other time predictions. So yeah.
No shot.
What do you guys think about stocks opening up today? What's happening?
Well, the only stock we care about right now is Mo's investment. Okay, that's what we're all.
Okay.
United Airlines skyrocketing.
Nah.
There's random
how deep are you in
Brown County
United?
Clerk office. That's
And when did you buy?
I can't legally tell you, but it is quite
Really?
a pretty penny.
Oh, okay. You gotta buy Neo, dude.
Everyone
Well, it's
keeps
all late.
Buy
gassing
AMD
them,
like
yo.
Steve did.
Okay, we're waiting on AMD. Okay, it's going up. It's going to the moon.
$50, dude. It'll be 50 by January.
Well, hey, Jake, shut the fuck up.
I got insider China info, so don't worry about it, guys.
Yeah.
Shit. Now we're culpable. All right, let's find this out once and for all.
Brown County Clerk's Office. This is Sandy. How may I help you?
Hey, Annie, this is Ludwig over at Twitch. Know you guys are having a tough night right now, but just wanted to double check. I called a bit earlier. They said they're about a third of the way through the download. Do you guys have any updates on that?
Yeah, we should be showing the results within the next 5 minutes. We're just working on getting it uploaded and doing our final checks.
Sure. Great. Sounds good. 5 minutes. We'll love to hear it. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Democratic guy
Hey,
took it.
news
45.
update. I've confirmed the new time.
The new time. What is the new time?
The new time is in 5 minutes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yo, I see a major update. Michigan, Biden is down by 50K now.
No.
Wait,
Yes,
where?
no.
Where do you see it? I see 66K
Here.
stuff.
Devin, link this
Yeah.
in the Discord, please.
Okay.
Hold on.
And also, Wisconsin Biden is back up by no, never mind. He's
It is
only up by
linked.
8,000.
Are these late votes all absolutely confirmed to be mail-in? Because
Yeah.
The majority of the ones being counted now are mail-ins. Yeah.
weren't some states ahead of it though? Weren't some states weren't the first wave of votes?
Yeah, you're right.
I think that was Ohio, yeah.
Wisconsin and Michigan were the opposite.
This is insane.
Wow, this.
Yo, it's gonna be. There's gonna be a recount in Wisconsin, by the way. It's at 0.5%. They're gonna recount. It's gonna come back.
This Fox News is very they don't want to believe it, do they? They're like the lowest on the reporting numbers.
Fox is the one who called it first for Arizona.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, how did Project Melody got banned?
Yes.
What happened? She got banned and unpartnered?
She is permanently banned.
What happened?
Most likely repeated offenses for sexually suggestive content and or referring to monetized sexual content off platform.
She's a fucking anime avatar. How hard is it to not fuck up? Can't you just not draw the bad parts? Like, what the fuck?
Jesus.
I just work here, man.
Yo.
Okay.
Do you have any
Sir,
money
this is a
tied up in
Wendy's.
this?
Wisconsin is up. Wisconsin is like 27,000
Do
votes.
I have any what?
Yeah.
Any
Oh,
money.
dude, Wisconsin just updated. You're right.
Yeah,
20,000
Wisconsin is-
votes up. Yo, Mo. Hey, Momo.
Hey, what I tell you? 5 minutes.
Mo's cashing out.
Cash it out. Get the fuck out.
Is it out? Yes or no?
What?
Is it actually, or is this another troll?
It is. No, it is.
No, it is.
It is. It is. 18,000 to be exact.
On DDHQ or New York Times?
That seems with Brown updated. Brown's at 95% updated.
On Decision Desk. Decision Desk.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Decision Desk.
I cashed out.
It's up 20%.
You did?
Oh, Mo.
No.
Good job, Mo.
Wait, what was this cash out? What did you have money on?
He had 10K on Trump.
Yeah, I lost 1,800.
Oh my God.
You got it back in your stream today, right?
I'm gonna throw it right back in right now. Fuck it.
Wait.
No, what are you doing?
No. Bet for Biden. You should bet for Biden. You can root with the winning team.
If I bet it all on Biden right now, I can still make money if I bet on Biden right now. With all
You should bet it all on Biden right now.
Throw it
This is
all
probably
on
the best
Biden.
odds you're gonna get because as soon as that state flips, Biden literally needs to pick up one more state.
I'm seeing 17. Where's it?
If I
Where's
bet
it?
11K on Biden, I win.
I did the
16K.
math wrong. It's 17K. I think.
Okay.
But it's getting wider. There's no way.
Wait,
And
if
that's
you bet 11 on Biden, you win how much? 16?
16, yeah.
Yeah, that's good,
I'm
dude.
ready to jump back in, man. I'm so mad.
You should throw it on Biden, dude. 100%.
If just throw it in for me, then I'll get
There's-
you.
listen, I'm gonna personally.
Anything falling 100% is not a good idea.
There's no way that Biden loses at this point. What if I wait? Would you? If I staked you half, would you do it?
What?
Steven, stop.
You want no. You
Stop,
want to go in
Steven.
or what, dude?
Let's go half, Steve.
Stop. You're betting enough. You're gonna listen. You're getting too frisky.
Wait, hold on. You would go in for 11 and we'd win how much?
Why not just bet on blackjack?
16-8.
16-8. So if I staked you like 5.5, I would win like 3.5.
Yeah.
If you do it, I'll do it 100%. I'll
I don't know
email
if
you
I
or.
want to do it. Though. I don't know.
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
already, I took a loss. We could do it smaller. You want to do 2.5, 2.5?
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, I'll do it 100%.
$5,000 on Biden to win 7650.
Yeah, hold on.
Is it worth it?
Yeah, I'll let me just message you so it's 100% official.
He's writing the
Banks, what were you asking
contract.
earlier? Did Banks go away?
No, I'm here. I was gonna ask if you had bet on any of this.
Oh no,
Sounds like you
I didn't put
didn't.
money. Yeah, I'm not a. I like to just
I
gamble.
can't believe I took it. I cashed out there, but it's all right.
Yo, Lud.
Yeah.
I bought the.
I said I damned you, ma.
I bought the first edition Team Rocket base.
Did you? How much?
I did. $19,000.
So I spent like 30 G's 3 years ago on Pokemon cards, and everybody told me I was fucking insane. You guys want to know how much it's worth today?
How much?
All right.
Like a quarter M.
19,000
Do you
for the
still
first
have it?
edition Team Rocket.
Yep, still have it all.
I'm fucking.
Wait,
Wait. What
I
do
think
you
I'm
have,
gonna
Banks?
cash out though. I have a
Is all
I have
sealed?
I have a trainer deck B sealed. Do you guys know what that is?
Yeah.
I do not.
Trainer
It's like
deck B
yeah,
sealed?
it's like the original like 1999, the original deck that they would send out to like hobby shops, card shops, so they could try out the.
But a
card
trainer
game.
deck doesn't have any hollows,
has-
right? A trainer deck like has a.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's sealed. And if you pull a PSA 10 Blastoise out of it, then you hit the fucking jackpot. I have a few base set like first edition packs sealed. I have a bunch of sets. Like I have the whole Shining Neo set, all PSA 10.
Wait, how much did Brown County need to be the difference for?
Oh, a first edition Charizard.
Wait.
PSA 10.
Wait,
no.
Brown County is reporting with Trump winning over 10,000 votes, about 10,000 votes from Brown County. That's not
Oh
enough.
my.
Wait. Say something.
Oh my God.
What'd you say?
Wait, is that already taken into account on this?
Hold on.
Oh, I linked the tweet. I linked
What'd
the
you
tweet.
just say,
On Michigan.
Michigan
I
just had an update. Yeah.
I don't think it's enough to make up the difference, though. Was that already reported?
Yes, it is because it was only 8,000 difference. That would have been enough.
Okay,
No,
this
no,
tweet
no, it
is
wasn't
literally
eight.
this
No,
tweet is within a minute old. So
Milwaukee got updated well before, right? Didn't
okay, so
Milwaukee-
this is already taken into account then. Oh, because this is at over 99% reporting. Never mind, it's done. Okay.
Yeah, go to
Wisconsin-
the county.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Wait, why?
Because Brown is at 99% reported.
Yeah, Wisconsin is over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Wisconsin goes blue, so all we need is
Wait, no,
Michigan.
there's still Kenosha in Wisconsin. What happened there?
I think it's expected to go Democrat because of their mail-ins, and even so, like, how many in Kenosha would he need to win to close it? He's
Any
gonna
Twitch primers, boys? Twitch Prime.
What if Trump wins now, dude? We're
That's
fucked.
all the effort you throw into your prime.
Wait, what? How much
shots.
equity do I have in
He's
pulling
so
us out?
fried. He just yells. He just.
Hey, boys. Any Twitch primers? Guys, listen, if you're going for Biden, if you think he's going to win, let's rise up together. Let's distribute your wealth into my pocket. Twitch Prime sub. Biden for the win. Hey, if we can't get Bernie, you can be the Bernies.
Wait, Banks, this is the card you have?
No, I fucking wish I could have bought it off this guy. That guy SM Pratt. Go look at his
Thank you guys.
Go look at his Instagram. He's got like grails. You know what I mean? He's got
Holy
millions of dollars.
shit.
I could have bought this off of him for like $50,000 3 years ago.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Takes a special sicko to buy something like that.
Wait.
Wait, we're getting 7.6. What the fuck?
Hold on, yo, Destiny. Wisconsin updated even more.
What are
on
you
the
saying?
on the one I linked you in Discord.
Wisconsin.
Biden's only up by 10,000 in Wisconsin.
Wait, what? No, that Wisconsin's
well, yeah,
done.
that's after the
Brown.
Brown.
Yeah.
So Brown added 10,000 votes to
Okay,
Trump.
cool.
It's over. Okay, that shit is gone. Okay.
So Wisconsin goes blue 100%.
It's
Okay, so Michigan.
Steve, you can't.
Well, as a journalist, we would not call this yet. We would wait a bit.
It's over. Wait, what did you say, Dan?
I said you can't get this 100%.
Provisional, absentee ballots. Obviously, some numbers we want to tally up here.
Okay, we need Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Georgia, or North Carolina. Any of these. Okay, we're looking at Michigan right now.
Guys, I was at 17K. I left with 8. How? Oh my god.
No. You put 10 in and you walked away with 8, and now you're about to make the rest of it back, and you're gonna be even. Okay, you're good.
You're gonna be a little bit above even.
Yeah, you'll be above even.
Yeah. Okay, but the tweet that I linked showed that Michigan's over because the 40K Bidens reported, right?
We don't know if that's real, do we?
Wait a second. How unfair
really
of
know,
me.
yeah.
Hold on, wait. How unpartisan of me, whatever the fuck the word is. Guys, how dare I? If you think Trump's gonna come back, rise from the fucking ashes, Twitch Prime sub. Hey, Trumpies, trumpets, whatever the fuck you call yourselves. Hey, Twitch Prime, goddamn sub.
If you're an actual Trump supporter, you sub to me right now. That's it. No one subbed.
No one can tell them to put a mask on. Are you think you can tell them how to spend their money?
I'm losing subs.
Right now, they're busy fucking stacking up the cans in their basement because of this shit.
Hey,
I don't
hold
want
on,
to scare you,
hold on.
but our cash out option is going down, Destiny, meaning they're giving Trump the edge right now.
That's fine. We have this. Okay, we got this. I hope.
Subscribe to me if you think I've offered too much today. Thank you.
You guys
could you imagine
if
if Trump wins? I actually like debated you out of like $30,000 if Trump actually wins. I'm so sorry.
No. I was, but here's the thing. I went based on Wisconsin, so I was going to cash out based on what Wisconsin did anyway. So
literally, Biden only needs Michigan, which is look like on a fucking razor edge, or Pennsylvania, which is still like easily winnable. I don't think.
Well, I think if he
Georgia
loses Michigan, he's probably not going to win Pennsylvania.
I think Michigan's
Pennsylvania
done.
is still super competitive. Wait, what's done?
Sure.
Michigan's done. He already got the 140. It's not priced into decision desk. Like that. If that tweet is real, Michigan's over.
If it's real though, the guy has 99.9K followers.
And he's verified.
Nah, the dude's got less than a World of Warcraft professional.
If it's real, Michigan's done.
Where's your tweet?
Okay, here the president
It's in the
leads by
chat.
700,000 votes in Pennsylvania, but there are almost 1.5 million absentee votes out that are massively for Biden. If they're like 85% or whatever, like that's enough to win Pennsylvania. But I don't even think we need Pennsylvania at this point. I don't think.
Only
I
Michigan.
agree.
If we get Michigan,
maybe Michigan.
Georgia is now Democratic on Predict It.
What? Oh, that's
it has been. It has been. New York's called it 64%.
Look
Biden.
at my tweet, dude. Michigan is already gone. Ome washindaru. It's over.
This tweet is
You're already
35
dead.
This tweet is 40 minutes old.
Yeah, but it's still true. Decision desk didn't update. So
Yeah,
if that 140 is in for Biden, that's the end.
Fuck is
but we're still waiting
Daniel,
for
bro.
more from like Wayne County and shit. We're still waiting. There's still like Wayne County, Oakland, like Ingham.
Oh, they added
oh
it
my
in?
God.
Really?
Yeah, there's still a ton of blue outstanding in Michigan.
Yep.
Oh, the game's still on, boys. They already added it in. He's
it
right.
would be crazy if 40 minutes ago Daniel was ahead of the game before the Associated Press, the New York Times, and every other major news organization.
This is fucking insane, dude. What a fucking weird election.
Oh my fucking
Wisconsin's looking pretty ripped though.
I still blame Florida. I do.
A large
I could have been asleep for 8 hours.
A little bit old, okay. 5 minute old tweet. A large tranche of votes was just reported in Wayne County, Michigan, overwhelmingly for Biden. He now trails Trump by 60,000 with plenty of votes left in Detroit.
So we saw those votes already go in because he's.
They have already gone in. I think
Yeah.
yes. I think they've already gone in. Yeah. 60,000 votes though. That's it. Okay. He's climbing. Okay. He's climbing. Have you seen The Dark Knight Rises? He's he's making the jump. Okay. Right now. All right.
He's beginning to believe.
He's believing. He's not fearless. He is with the fear of loss of life. Okay.
Yeah.
Because Biden could die any day. Let's be honest, in a video game. All right. So he's jumping for his life right now over that fucking crevice.
You must jump without the rope.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Wait, how there's still so many people in Wayne County?
Dude, that is the county, okay?
Listen,
Maybe
you're,
they're just
well,
very
you're supposed
slow
to be a
at
fucking
counting.
Biden stand now, all right? You need to go and switch yourself completely to Biden at this point, mentally and physically.
Maybe they're just very slow at counting, dude. It's like 2 people.
Yeah, is Wayne County the one that's like the most not reported in then?
We're going for it. If we're going to assume that Wisconsin was won off of those votes that Trump failed to make up in Green Bay and Kenosha, then it's all going to come down to how many votes come through in Wayne County. So Wayne County is the last place that will get information that this election is over tonight. So let's do this shit. Journalist Ludd on the case. Both times I called, they gave me good information.
Four, 0, 3.
Whatever.
You know what? You need to go in bigger. Go in for 20K.
Go
dog.
more for Biden. Biden is about to win the election. He is like maybe.
Maybe.
Well, it's your money. I don't listen. I'm half with you on the 5K,
we're
so
half at
I'll
the five.
advise
We're
you on
half
that.
at the five. We're doing
Yeah,
that.
on
We're
your
doing
6K, Biden is like, yeah, holy shit. Why would you bet against yourself? What was the motivation?
I was just thinking about like at 15K. I told my wife, I was like, should I cash? She's like, nah.
Mo,
We'll
you
go
said
down
you
with the
lost
shit.
a lot of money on crypto, right?
Yeah. So I'm
And
used
you
to
should-
losing money.
You should do the opposite of whatever your instinct is right now, I think.
Right? My instinct is to go all in on Trump again.
All right, do the opposite of that, okay? I
Go
think
all
that's
in
the
on
right
Biden,
direction.
then.
All in on
Just
Biden.
fucking jumping on Biden right now, dude.
All right, just looking at this real quick. 64% of the vote in Wayne County. There's about 600,000 votes right now, so there's about 300,000 votes remaining. The vote has broken down kind of 2-1 for Biden to Trump, which means 210-ish thousand votes will remain. So 140,000 will go to Biden, 70,000 will go to Trump. So he'll have a 70,000 increase based off of Wayne County if it continues the way it's been going, which would put him ahead of Donald Trump in the state of Michigan. And then the question is, through the rest of the counties, like Kalamazoo and whatever Ingham and the other Oakland County has to offer, can he hold off on the remaining Republican areas that have some votes left? Because that would be enough. Is it not called Kalamazoo? It is, right? Isn't that a funny name? New York Times update in Michigan. This is New York Times right here, just so you know. I'm on the New York Times, brother. It's within 56,000, yeah. And it's within 11,000 in Wisconsin. Oh, shit. Trump leads by nearly 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Biden's chances there depend on whether he can win a large percentage of that 1.4 million uncounted absentee, which a lot of people were saying was like 80% Biden or whatever. But I don't know if Pennsylvania is the easiest route there, because there were 700,000 votes left in Michigan, and he was down by 200,000 which is a much easier road to climb in a polling that was much more favorable for Biden. So if he fails in Michigan, I don't see how he'd win in Pennsylvania. That seems mind-blowing to me.
Dude,
we hate that guy.
Why are you talking? Do you want to talk about Nevada? We're done. Wisconsin is gone. We don't get. Also, Nate Silver is no longer anyone.
No, he's not our friend.
Wisconsin just added more. Yeah, it's 21,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's coping on Twitter. Link me his channel. I want to see him crying.
Wait, who's going?
Sargon, dude. I talked to like 9 of them earlier. They were all so confident that Trump. They were like fucking laughing about it, making fun of me. Oh my god. Oh,
wait, did you talk to him before it looked really bad or after?
It was when it was looking bad for Biden. But I've got, dude,
49,000 right now for Biden. 49,000 left. 49,000 separating the lead in Michigan.
Dude,
this off in Florida.
No, we gotta wait. There's gonna be a huge postmortem.
36,000. Biden catching up in Michigan.
Listen to me.
Here, Ludwig, if you open Discord and you click the Fox News one, it updated to what things were saying like 10 minutes ago.
Really?
So you'll be on our page, yeah. I think you're muting, so you're not hearing it.
Yeah, I did the math, and at the end of this, if
Fox News, this whole time, it's been Fox News, the fastest one.
And wins what?
Yeah.
If he went in at the same time he did Trump.
if Biden wins right now, based on the new bet that we made, Destiny.
Oh, fuck. Boys! Look, you guys know what I'm going to say right now. Just drop the prime. I've been live for 12 hours. I can go through the whole spiel if you want me to. But you know what's going to happen. Just tab in and check if you have one. That's it. I've done it a lot today. I'm tired. You're tired. You don't want to hear it. You just want to see the numbers go up in a community because you're probably alone because it's 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. Let's just admit what we're working with. You don't need to hear it. Just hook me up. All right? And I'll hook you up. I'll stay live till we find out this info. So you don't have to go to a random chat and readjust again. Or you don't have to look at it by yourself, which is lonely. All right? I appreciate you. Thank you for priming. That's very kind. And ladies and gentlemen, we are well underway towards this victory for Joe Biden. As I predicted early on, Wisconsin and Michigan now seeming to flip blue after being red for almost the entire night. The polling suggested Biden was going to crush in these states 10% and 8% respectively in Wisconsin and Michigan. It has not turned out that way, but a win would still be enough even if it's by just one single vote. Because of the win in Arizona. Doesn't matter. He just needs Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Georgia. %, reporting 12,000 votes separates Joe Biden from Donald Trump. This could be it. Wait, DDHQ has Donald Trump only leading by 2,000 votes in the state of Michigan. These mail-in ballots are just cementing this lead. Now, it is important to note that unless Joe Biden wins in Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, but also Georgia or Pennsylvania, this election, although complete in terms of math, will not be over with the way President Trump handles business. If he's up and he wins in Pennsylvania as well, I think we can call this election this week. Or Georgia. if he loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, the math will look very scary. And the setup from Trump that it's all scam and rigged will seem much more realistic to the losing party. So let me show you. He wins these two. Trump wins these two. It's 270 to 268. Now, if you guys aren't aware, that is the literal smallest margin you can win by in an election. It's the absolute smallest. 269 is a tie, and a tie would likely go to Trump. So 270 is as bare minimum win as it gets in the Electoral College. So I think if that happens, this is going to be a fucking pain in the ass for the next month. If he wins Pennsylvania or if he wins Georgia or both, I think we can stop talking about this election by the end of the week. I think that's the key thing.
Politico was never completely updated, okay? So people are saying check the New York Times one.
Oh my God.
People are saying he's down 27K on CNN. Wait, people are saying it was updated to 2K before 12K. Oh shit.
It's 2K. I'm going with the 2K boys. I believe.
Well, this is 2.39 in Michigan here.
I mean, DDHQ has not been wrong in their numbers of votes. They've just been wrong.
Exactly.
He's down.
Exactly.
Listen,
Politico has been behind all night.
Bro, on New York Times, he's down by a lot. What are you guys talking about?
The New York Times is the last
update. We just gotta wait.
But look at the number of votes.
Guys, I told you guys. 10 minutes.
New York Times has 2.4
yeah,
million.
no, you guys are right. You guys are right that actually this has been the case for the past 4 hours now that TDHQ has missed 60,000 votes for Donald Trump. They've just missed it. I don't know. It just hasn't been there. It's been on AP and New York Times.
Okay, guys. On New York Times, they're at 2.4 for Trump. Everywhere else, it's at 2.3.
Oh,
so
fuck yeah.
New York Times
22,000 down. Oh, shit.
No way, dude. I just put 6K based on that
27,000 down. That's not good.
Yelling 2K? You got me all hyped?
Yeah, no, that 2K thing is...
No, we're still in the game. I believe in the 2K. I think
DDHQ has been trash for 6 hours. I think
Bro,
AP...
I'm about to cash out and go back all on Chuck. Oh my god.
Where are you looking? Where are you getting the AP? Can you link that in Discord? Where are you looking at AP?
It's Google. Google just sources it from AP.
The main thing is that Wayne County is still only 64% estimated voted in, so that should hopefully be able to carry that.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Also, Georgia on the election needle, New York Times is tilting Biden.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's 64% Biden. I think if he doesn't win Pennsylvania or Georgia in addition to Michigan, then this is going to be a drawn-out process for the next month.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But he's so far behind in Pennsylvania. Holy shit.
Yeah, you won't get your
Apparently,
cash
it's like
for
a
month.
lot of it is mail-in ballots, like which is supposed to be counted.
Because if he wins just Michigan and loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, he'll have won by 1 electoral vote. Which is...
The FTX is crashing?
Yeah, I'm back. Did we miss anything?
Yeah, or Steve, show us the FTX.
Why do you ask me? Just look
I
at the
can't
link.
believe
It's
you
the
guys
FTX
said
crash
2K
bar.
with such confidence. You got me so pumped. I put
No,
6
listen,
grand
hey,
on.
no, I'm not
We're
gonna let
still
you
in the
down.
game.
I'm not gonna let
Stay
you
confident.
down, though, okay? We're good.
fine,
I'm helping you take back some of your losses.
Let me explain something. If Biden wins, I get 5K profit. I make 15K. So we need Biden to win at this point.
Yeah, he'll win, dude. You got it. Don't worry.
I should have just cashed and then bet it all on Biden, and I would have made 30K.
Dude, Mo is a true Sith. Look how easily he changed sides. There it is.
Hold on, we have a 1 minute. We have a 1 minute. Within 1 minute update. Within 1 minute update, Trump now leads by 27,000 votes.
What? It's getting more.
Wait, this is Taniel. This is my source.
Daniel
this
is a
my
god.
guy.
Daniel has not been wrong. Okay, Daniel has not been wrong.
You shit on Taniel 30 minutes ago. Make up
No,
your mind.
Didn't
you?
I shit on Taniel. I think Taniel's brain
Oh,
dead.
you shit on Taniel.
What the
Okay, I
fuck?
don't even know who's who.
Daniel has had unprecedented coverage and
Taniel
delivering
is
top-notch
amazing.
information. for
Taniel
us.
is in the
Election
He's
cycle,
in the office right now. He's figuring shit out.
God damn, this is crazy.
Wait,
Update in exactly 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes.
did I just
Holy
miss
shit.
that Trump came back somewhere and because
No.
some
Yeah,
crazy
Trump's-
shit found?
Shut the fuck up, Jake.
Trump's coming back, dude.
What? Who said
Trump
that?
2020.
It's all right because Wayne County is only 64% reporting, which should be like what.
Slime just DM'd me and said, if you ran for president, asking me, would I be your running mate? And then I said, no. You're a white man from Colorado. He keeps recommending people I know in my current life right now. He recommended Eamon. Eamon's from fucking Canada. What are we going to do with a goddamn Canadian vice president? Work on our Indian face. According to Trudeau. Ha! Canadians suck it! Leaf lovers. All right. We're just waiting for a few more votes in Michigan now.
At least. It's embarrassing to watch him tweet, okay? All right, where are we? Okay, I'm back to decision desk, okay? Political.
The Georgia needle, Steven, is where we are. It's leaning Biden, which is good.
Well, no, the needle is hours old. Okay, that might as well be from another day.
Yeah, that needle's been the same. That needle's been the same.
So out of date.
Really let me down because
Destiny's on one right now.
On the end of the day, honestly, guys, Trump was way better choice for president, and the whole country's gonna be like.
What time is it for me? It's 4:25 a.m. I've been live for 12 hours. All right, let's see what my man Nate Cohn is up to.
Maybe that's why Trump was obese.
No, my longest stream's 16 hours, but this isn't too far off. Check Nate Silver's tweet. I don't like any of Nate Silver's information. I think Nate Silver said there was a 92% chance that Biden was going to win this. And maybe he'll be right that Biden's going to win it. But I wouldn't put that number at 92. He said 89. My bad. You know what? He's a god. I like real journalists like Nate Cohn. Let's check Reed Epstein. Unfortunate last name. Green Bay. Biden picked up 4,000 on Trump. Okay. That's just Wisconsin news. Wisconsin. Who else is up? Nick Corasanti in Philadelphia. Do they not have anyone else from Michigan? Man, imagine just covering one state and then your state goes to bed at just 10 p.m. and then your coworker has to stay up till fucking 8 a.m. because they didn't close it. Check Decision Desk. I really don't like Decision Desk. But I'll look. It's off. It's very wrong. This number's wrong. It's old and wrong and bad. Decision Desk has had Trump's number wrong for literally 4 hours. I don't think any source will be faster or better than the AP or the New York Times. And I think they're the only two worth looking at. Fox News just gets their information from AP. AP is the Associated Press. They're basically where all the news organizations get their news from. They're sick. Like, think about it. If you work at, like, Fox 10 News, where do you get your news from? Not like journalists uncovering stories news, but like this happened today news. Are you going to create an entire team to be researching and updating? Maybe, but it's a lot of money. You just use the Associated Press, who will just send like a very simple ticker of something that happened with date and time. And then you write news story about it. Make it more flowery. Do some research. Fox has different numbers. Well, this isn't a thing. I haven't drank much coffee. I had 1 cup today. I feel like shit if I start jacking up. It doesn't work either. All right, still within 12,000 votes. Half a percentage point. I think waiting is pointless. Well, if they can report Michigan to the point where I could feel confident that Joe Biden's going to win, then he would win the election. But it won't be solidified until they clear out Nevada, which won't happen until Thursday. And they clear out Arizona, which won't happen until probably later this week. And until they clear out Wisconsin, which will be contentious. And so it'll take a while. But I think you could have a good estimation of who will win. My voice is fucked. I'll be fine when I sleep. Yo.
Ludwig, can you please stop fucking around and call Wayne County? We need
I
to figure out
called
these
Wayne
things.
County. Those
Do your
lazy
job.
fucks in Michigan are nothing like the respectful employees at the Brown County Clerk's office.
What did they
left.
say?
They just ignored it. They didn't answer. They didn't pick it up.
No, that's good. That means that they're working. Every man, woman, and child is working on counting the vote. Okay, that's good. All right, we like that. Don't. Who said that? No, not possible.
I'll
okay?
call them back right now.
Wait, it's 7:30 a.m. over there, right? They should be awake. They should have new people awake.
The problem is Brown had its own like messaging system. This just goes to a phone. Like this is just a random phone. Like you're calling your mom situation. Not like calling a normal thing and being like, press 1. It's crazy how little friction there is between number and human. There should be more friction. Just a little bit more, but still more. All right, hold up. We have to do some investigative journalism. So we are looking for Wayne County. They have a website. We'll go to the website. Okay. Ah, that number's different than the number Google had.
You have reached the Wayne County Clerk's Office, Department of Vital Statistics. All inquiries regarding services can be found on our newly updated website of www.waynecounty.com/clerk. You will find information on how to obtain services by mail, online, or by appointment. To adhere to CDC social distancing standards, office visits are by appointment only. If an office visit is required, you may now schedule an appointment by using the new Wayne County Clerk's Office e-scheduler located on our website of www.waynecounty.com/clerk. Again, the website is www.waynecounty.com/clerk. Please note, the quickest way to obtain information is by visiting the website. Due to high call volumes, every effort is being made to return your call within 48 business hours. Thank you for...
Damn, that was a very concerned and long message. Oh, shit. All right, well, we can go to that website, and it does lead us to the election summary for November 3rd for Wayne County, which has 1.4 million registered voters, of which they have 620,000 votes counted. And if we go to AP, or excuse me, let's go to here, 620,000. That's 500, 600. So it does seem like there's 12,000 more votes that they haven't added yet.
So it's a Biden win. We kind of know, right?
It could be.
We need more padding. We need more padding.
Or just third party.
Throw a fucking fit. We need to take Pennsylvania and Georgia also.
Well, no. If Trump wakes up and Michigan is counted enough, it's well then Dan, it's our bet.
Yeah, then it's our bet. True.
Then it's our bet.
Yeah.
Because I am so curious if calling Arizona protected us from civil war. Oh my God. I wonder if without that Arizona call, if Pence and Biden would have said, if Pence and Trump literally brought up the Supreme Court.
Wait, are we up in Michigan now?
Are we?
On which polling site are you using?
Oh man, hold on.
Dude, I cannot.
Google has it's the same.
I really cannot believe, like Trump, when he wakes up, it's gonna be a different story. He went to sleep so happy, poor guy.
Why are people saying Wayne is counted? Wait, hold on. We got tweets being
posted. Oh no, sorry, we're 5,000 away right now. That's where it is. 250. Sorry.
Decision desk updated to 5K away from Joe Biden. Decision desk updated 5K.
Yeah, away. How many total votes?
Yeah, Michigan.
Estimated 86.9% to 99%.
No. How many total votes have they counted?
For Joe Biden, they're calling it's 2352.
64% on Wayne.
That's been the same the whole time.
No. Decision desk is old. Fuck, we're done with that.
Decision desk is really
Decision
old.
desk is
I'm on New York
faster.
I'm on New York Times.
It's not.
I'm on New York Times.
Yeah.
I'm on New York Times where Donald Trump is 2,408,000 or 6,000, and Wayne County is 64%.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
That's fine.
Yes. And the total votes counted is 86%.
They just added 1,193 votes.
Yeah.
Who?
Dumped it on Trump.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so what happens to the Senate if Biden wins Michigan? Doesn't the Senate go 48?
I believe so. That was like
Yeah.
also really, really close.
That's huge too, because it's 47-47 right now. So that means if Biden wins Michigan, it's a blue wash, right? Senate, House, and Biden.
Well, they also won Arizona. They won both Senate seats in Arizona.
That they reported 1,000 votes, and a lot of those votes were going to Trump.
Oh, 1,000.
What?
It's probably like an outside
Wait,
county.
Ludwig, because
Yeah.
you probably know more about this. Tell me about the Senate race and what Dems need right now to possibly control the Senate for the trifecta.
Maine, and I don't know what other state you guys are so confident that it's going to flip.
Well, I know Georgia has that up. Is that important to take?
No,
or-
the Georgia special vote is bullshit because it's just a runoff, and so you have to get 50%. So they're just going to do another one in January. But the Republicans got 56% of the vote. It's just that it was split between two Republicans because Doug Collins entered the election because he thought he could beat out the incumbent, and I guess it didn't impact the Republicans having a seat there.
Okay, so we can pick up Maine potentially, and is there anything else that you know of interest to possibly have Democrats having Senate
Only
control?
thing really is Maine. The other one was North Carolina with Cal Cunningham, but that's pretty much.
What about the Senate seat in Georgia?
Okay, we have a Destiny fan that called in who called Wayne County. Here is the call for checking the votes. I'm sorry, I'm listening to this.
Okay. The special seat in Georgia is a runoff, so you need at least the majority, 50%. And although there was a plurality for Raphael, he does not get the seat. He just gets to enter the runoff as one of the top two, but he's going to go up against Kelly Loeffler, the incumbent, who's just going to pick up all the votes from the other person in the race who's another Republican. So it's not like a Lincoln election situation where you can get in with a plurality. You need a majority to get in, and you're not going to get in.
So how is Susan Collins looking right now then?
In Maine, well, good. Yes. It's looking good because Susan Collins does not have over 50%, and if you don't have over 50%, you get to you change the vote. They have a ranking system, so whoever voted for Lisa Savage, who's the third party, their votes will be picked for whoever they ranked second. So if Sarah Gideon closes the gap a bit, a lot of Lisa Savage's voters are going to go to Sarah Gideon. I think that was part of her thing.
Is that the same for the other? I assume for the other candidates as well, like the other.
No, that's a Maine thing.
Okay, gotcha. No, I mean in Maine, there's multiple independent.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of independents were running with Sarah Gideon as second.
Okay, good.
But I don't understand how there's a third seat. I don't know where that would come from. So I don't think that the Democrats would get the Senate.
Is there any especially vulnerable Republican senators that are going to be likely to vote with Democrats moving forward?
Yeah, Mitt Romney.
Wait, Ludwig, are you American?
Yeah.
Damn.
So just Mitt Romney at this point could be a deciding factor, assuming we have the independents.
Well, Mitt Romney was like that, but I think it was just because Trump was in office. I think if Mitt Romney was in office with like a Democratic president, I don't know if he'd be so keen to be flipping. I think.
But there is a threshold that you need to hit from something. It's not just having 51%. You need to go a little bit above that to pass some legislations, correct, in the Senate?
No, it's just majority.
Or maybe that's filibuster. Yeah, exactly. All right.
But yeah, I don't know. Also, Michigan, I don't know. It's kind of a close race, and that is a Democrat incumbent that could flip to Republican.
You're smart, huh? What?
You know, a couple podcasts a day keep me pretty sharp, you know?
Smart, and you got a fat ass. You're a fucking
Hey,
cat.
that one was hard to get.
Interesting.
Nevada hasn't been confirmed, and they stopped counting.
This is low-key, actually.
But Nevada will likely go Democratic.
27,000 down. This is not looking good.
No, I
It is
think
looking good because
Michigan,
of Wayne.
Michigan is done. I think Wayne is going to come through like a fucking. Right now, what you have
What'd your
is
man
you've
say?
got the smaller Republican counties are like building up these little blocks.
They don't have anything to say.
And Wayne is the bulldozer that's just going to come through and destroy the little block fortresses. That's what's going to happen. Okay.
And Oakland, yep. Oakland lesser, but
the good Oakland, not the California Oakland.
I think Wisconsin's done at this point. Greater than 99% in with a 20K lead. I think Wisconsin's called.
Yeah, we called that like an hour ago, Dan.
We closed.
That's done.
We closed the
Okay.
book on that one.
To be clear,
Okay.
Yeah, it's done.
I think
That shit
our
was
calls
on
are not
November 3rd.
super lock
Is
and
there a
key.
possibility?
Yeah,
Our
exactly. We
call-
do revisit
I'm
things
sorry.
somewhat frequently.
I
here,
didn't know
just
what
to be
kind of
clear.
stream you guys were running, but when I lock shit down, that shit is done. We turned away from. Okay, we turned away from Nevada on the 3rd. Okay, we closed this shit.
Is there a possibility that Trump comes back in Michigan?
No. Here, if you want, Mo, if you want to
Yes.
obsess over the numbers or play
Yes,
with it.
there is
there-
a
that's
possibility, which
possible.
is why it's not locked yet by any of the reputable.
I have locked Michigan. It's done. Okay,
Well,
look at those
yeah,
counting
that is
maps.
true.
That
You know what's
shit
going to
is-
be
It's locked the
interesting?
fuck down.
The next drop, when Michigan actually flips blue, I want to see how these fucking betting results change. Like the second it flips blue.
Well, they can't.
Yo,
change that
yo,
before
real
we
quick.
drop it
4
20
minutes.
cents on
4 minutes ago, New York Times.
Oh.
No, I'm dead serious. 4 minutes ago, New York Times verified account writes Joe Biden has won absentee ballots counted in Pennsylvania by a significant margin so far. Data from the Secretary of State showed early Wednesday if he carried the remaining absentee ballots by a similar margin, he would win the state.
Yeah. Yeah, we said that a while ago. Yep. He's on track to win Pennsylvania unless the composition of those votes dramatically changes.
Which is good. It's if he takes Michigan and PA, then there's no bullshit from the other side. I think.
If he takes Michigan, there's already no bullshit. It's over.
No, if he takes Michigan, there's bullshit.
If he takes
Wow,
Michigan,
wait,
there'll be like millions of recounts.
If he takes Michigan and loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, he's literally going to win by 1 electoral vote. You think there's not going to be
That's all he
bullshit?
needs, baby.
Do you
One is
think
enough.
there's not going to be bullshit is the question.
He's
Hey,
gonna
there's no
he's gonna
bullshit.
ask for a fucking
Listen.
entire recount across the nation.
Yes.
It's gonna be
One
Listen,
electoral vote.
This isn't horseshoes, all right? It's 270 to win, baby. Not 270 plus some to avoid some bullshit. It's 270 to win. My goddamn hometown, Omaha, came out and they gave Biden that electoral vote that he needed to put this shit in the bag. All right,
Dude, that is so
270
fucking crazy that happened. That one
270
fucking
is
vote,
all-
dude.
270 is all he fucking needs.
Wait, what do you mean one
okay?
vote?
He won. There's one vote, and Nebraska's divided up.
vote.
into-
Nebraska.
He
Yes.
got
Yeah.
one vote. If he
I
doesn't get
called-
that one vote, he's at 269, and he could.
No,
Yep.
Destiny's
And then we
home fucking town,
I
dude.
called
single
everyone in
vote
my
in
city.
Nebraska
Yes.
changed
one,
it?
Yes.
One vote in Nebraska made it so there is
No,
no.
no, Devin. Nebraska is like it's weird. Nebraska and Maine are like weird
Yeah.
fucking
No, they're
states
not
that
weird,
divide
they're
themselves into like
good.
pieces.
They're
Yeah,
good
yeah,
and
anyway,
smart.
Okay, they're different. They divide themselves into pieces, and like one tiny piece is like Nebraska's. Was it second district or something? And it's just a small part of, and it's only worth one electoral vote. And Biden
Holy
won that
shit.
one electoral vote.
That
puts
is
him
so crazy.
Without that, he's 269. Now he's
he won
270.
that by how many votes?
One.
One
He-
electoral
once-
vote.
Well,
Yeah,
it-
no, I
it,
know.
depends on
Electoral
Pennsylvania
vote.
and Georgia.
He won that by 20, roughly 20,000 votes.
Jesus.
Hey, way to pick up the phone, Destiny.
For what?
For Nebraska.
Oh yeah, well, I mean of course my boys are gonna come out for me when I need them. Okay, when I call on them to show up.
Nebraska Steve is back.
That's right, baby. I didn't suffer for 30 years in that fucking city for nothing. All right, I got roots there that I can call upon. All right, we dug up some dirt in the backyard and we sent it to the polls. All right. Anyway, have we finished this shit yet? What is Michigan at?
It is possible for Biden to lose anything that has not been confirmed by the New York Times or the Associated Press, which includes Arizona or Nevada or Wisconsin or Michigan. Nobody will know who the president is for sure, but I think you could sleep more confidently knowing what is likely to happen. But it's not like they're putting on the t-shirt "new president" and confirming it. Because the thing is, the way it works is they'll tally up the votes. The networks will decide who's winning and then announce it. And then once one president reaches 270, the other president will call them and concede, and that will end the election. Imagine for a moment the weirdest thing that could ever happen. Oh, they did call Arizona.
Where are you at now?
You guys saw AP called Arizona, right?
What?
AP called
Arizona. That's
called
old news.
that. We already called Arizona. Why would we give a fuck about AP?
Well, it's like good, right? Like that makes AP seem more legitimate now that they followed your suit.
Oh, that's true. So now if AP calls stuff in the future
Yeah.
because they've called stuff that we've already called, we lend them a little bit more credence.
Exactly, yeah.
Good point. Okay.
Okay, I'm thinking of an amazing website business idea right here. Trump voters reacting to loss.com. Okay, set that up and just a collection of videos.
We already had like a fuck ton of like Democrat voters react to a Trump win. Like that was already like an insane fucking.
The New York Times has been the last to call anything. Arizona was called. Yeah, it was called, but I thought it was called early. Maine is all blue. I don't think Maine has finished voting, and they stopped polling. Did they start polling again?
GGers.
Zerka, do you think you can still do the flat Earth argument, or do you think you've forgotten too much of the shit by now?
I mean, didn't I beat him in like 8 minutes?
No,
Or
I
how long was
understand. Zerka, listen, do you think you can still do it, or would you have to get refreshed on all the arguments and shit?
No, Alaska will be red. Alaska has been red since 1964. It will be red until 2064. As long as they're in fucking bumfuck nowhere and their entire industry relies on oil drilling and these libs start believing in this global warming conspiracy, Alaska's voting red.
For doing it, I was like looking into like how do you defeat these motherfuckers, and that's like the one thing. Well, I mean, there's many things, but that's the one thing that's like, okay, dog, you're telling me American Airlines has like fucking stealth fighters, and I don't know I'm going that fast.
I really don't know why I invested like that much time into it, because I thought, I'm like, since no one beats Destiny in debate, this is gonna start my career. But then I realized I don't want to be a debate Andy. I'm lazy, you know. So it's like I did one debate and I just.
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for Michigan to have like 10% more results. Lex. Holy shit. Thank you for the 20 gifted gamer. I'm a little bit dead, but I do appreciate you. Fiended you on the final table of something recently. Hope the felt is doing you well. Why is New York Times giving less to Biden and more to Trump than AP? Oh, why are the numbers not matching up, you mean? Like, why are the numbers on Michigan here 2394, 2381, 2407, 2379? Yeah, it's because the New York Times has a journalist for every state. Like, one journalist and maybe some double up or whatever, and they'll call and they'll have a contact and they'll get information, and that's how they do it, and they have their own force, and then the Associated Press will have a similar thing. So they both have their own team. And so I guess sometimes the numbers will just be different. As opposed to like every other network, CBS, ABC, Fox, NBC, they will just get their numbers from either of these two people. Now, my longest stream 16 hours, but this is fucked long. Wisconsin will not be called tonight. It doesn't super matter if it's called. What matters is if Biden regains the lead in Michigan that he had early. Or did he ever have one? If he gets the lead in Michigan, basically. Refresh.
some smarter decisions
Well, no,
there,
no,
please.
I control
expenses.
how much I make every year, so that's fine. I can easily do it. I'm just saying, I didn't know it was federal. I thought it was a state, because if it's federal, they're going to come after us no matter what. Then.
What do you mean?
If
It's
Biden
federal,
raises taxes on a federal level,
So
because
you're
Biden
telling
is a
me
federal
that
president,
the federal rate of 39 point whatever it is right now.
if
would
he
be
raises
raised?
taxes for max income bracket people, then all taxes will raise for max
Well,
income
wait.
bracket.
How much over 400,000 a year are you making? Because it's
Yeah,
bracketed,
this might
right?
only
It's
affect
not like,
you if you're a max bracket. And that's
I mean,
only
it will.
like,
If you're under
like
400, yeah.
But like Dan said, that would have to be ordinary income, and that's assuming you're not writing off any business expenses. That's assuming you don't have an LLC. That's assuming you're not paying yourself through payroll. That's assuming all kinds of shit. You don't have investment capital and capital gains for a year. Yeah.
No, I know there's ways around it, but like.
I'm saying, are you rolling a 400K in ordinary income? Because like, I need to have a conversation with you about.
Well, no. I have to. Well, here's the reason why you would report. I'm not going over 400K, but I have
then
to
you're gonna
report
save
income
money.
to do,
Yeah, you might make money.
Yeah, you're.
I don't care. You make 400 fucking racks, bro. Just pay like 20K, 30K, 40K, 50K, 60K, 100K, 120K. You'll still have a shit ton of cash. We're not going to bed until Michigan reaches at least 95%. I'm moving the goalposts because for the first time tonight, it feels like there could be a pretty good idea of who's going to win this election. Now, it already feels like there's a pretty good idea because Joe Biden's leading in Wisconsin, and I don't think that'll change. He's leading Nevada. I don't think it'll change. And he has a 64% chance of winning Georgia, according to the New York Times, and he has a pretty good chance of catching up on Michigan here. But we'll just see if we just hang around a little longer what happens with Michigan. Michigan's not done, but Nevada's kind of done because they counted everything in Nevada that was in person. The only thing they didn't count was mail-in ballots and like absentee ballots. And most mail-in ballots have been blue tonight. So if Nevada's already leaning blue and only thing that's left is mail-in ballots, which leans blue more, it'd be miraculous if that was the one state that broke the norm. Amazing.
No, have you done it with a chick?
No. I own a fucking company. I can't do that shit. That's crazy. No, but all these girls in Hollywood though are making bags on that shit. It's crazy.
Wait, Banks, was it you that said you were in Japan in a podcast, and then you were like, she didn't speak any English?
Yes, that was me. Yes.
Nate Cohn is our man. We need Nate Cohn to give us some information. Don't tell me you're sleeping, Nate. Nate, please. What about this, Nate? Bro, Decision Desk has been dog shit. This has to be old. Two, 3, 6, 4. Yeah, they're still off. 2, 3, 5, 9. Yeah, they're off. Michigan at 90%. Yeah, the at 90% is pretty off. I think AP's estimation on the amount of votes left has been very inaccurate. They've had Wisconsin at 94% for about 400,000 votes. I think the New York Times has been pretty accurate in it, and they even give an estimated number of voters left. And they have Michigan being at 86% with 670,000 voters left.
I used to work security. Literally, I get paid to live with them in LA. So I don't have to go stay with fucking Destiny Smurf ass. It's
We'll go to bed soon. The thing is, I don't really know how to read this. I guess they haven't uploaded new information. Thank you, Jon Snow, for the 5 gifted, buddy. Well, what I don't get is just how outdated the information is, because the information here says that 620,000 registered voters of 1.4 million reported. But then if I go onto the New York Times map and I check out the same thing, Wayne County, it tells me that there are... Oh, no, that seems right. Never mind. I take it back, smiley face. $103 to 64,000. Oh yeah, no, that was the weird thing. Yeah, why does it have 620,000 ballots cast, but then the total votes for the president? Oh no, this is voting for a straight party. Oh. But this is still wrong. Oh no, total. Oh. 414,000 to 194. 414 to 194. All right, yeah, it's updated. Oh, yeah, so this is the first place we'll get the information. There's no Georgia update. Georgia's the same. Nothing. I've called him a couple times. It didn't work. Nothing.
Actually, less because Destiny will be down 2.5. But
I got you. Okay, I'm bringing you back. I'm not gonna let you die. Okay.
Yo, no joke. I see a tweet here. It actually says update in 24 minutes. No, I'm not kidding.
It's not gonna update.
It's just a tweet of a random person saying update in 24 minutes.
You know what's interesting, Destiny? If you look at the past few decades of American politics, whether you vote left or right, or it's always the same foreign policy. Have you noticed they agree on the same foreign policy, both parties? It's kind of like, what the fuck?
Nice.
What do you mean?
I mean, like,
are there multiple different?
Even if it's wrong, you shouldn't shame him for saying it. An opportunity for learning. They're always unavailable, man. Michigan updated? Well, Wayne County did an update, and that's where about 50% of the vote remains. And the really juicy vote remains. The Wayne County Clerk's Office has not uploaded anything in 90 minutes. Come on, Wayne County.
Did you guys see my tweet?
Nope.
I said, if I was president, I would bring back jobs. Blow jobs for everyone.
Don't get mad at a man for having policy.
Speaking to help you?
Hey, this is Ludwig from over at Twitch.tv. I was just wondering when you guys were going to have any updates from Wayne County?
Didn't you just call me a little bit ago?
No, I've not called you guys yet.
Okay, no, we don't have. Once we get all the information, sir, it'll be up there. But we have no timetable for the updates. We can get everything in, sir.
Okay.
So the election won't be certified for 14 days.
Sure, but slated for Wednesday morning?
Sir, I'm not giving you a timetable when it's going to be updated, sir. Once we get information, you can keep checking back, but I don't have a timetable to give you when we're going to update it, sir.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Which one of you fucks called with my name? It made me look bad.
Here's my opinion. You ready?
I'm ready.
I think Dean's funny. I like Dean. He's a good dude. But he needs to wear a fucking mask and stay 6 feet apart. Because those parties he was going to in Halloween, shameless.
Listen,
Absolutely
buddy,
shameless.
Listen.
Other than that, though, I like Dean.
Oh, yeah, he was apologizing for it, right?
No, not really. I think he was saying that he's 27 and that he's going to live his life. That he's young or whatever.
I called Wayne County.
You called Wayne County? Wait, are you calling
What
Michigan?
happened?
Are you calling Michigan then?
I called Michigan. I called Wayne County.
I'm sorry. You meant call on the phone. Sorry.
All right, tell us what's going on.
And they were great. Unfortunately, no real timetable.
Yeah, that's what one of Destiny's fans called, and they said the same thing.
Man.
Shit.
Yo,
Hey.
hold. I got a stupid question, okay?
I have one after yours.
Okay. So I used to smoke a lot of cigarettes, and recently I was given this vape. So now I'm wondering.
Well, sometimes the best information is no information. All right, boys. It might be bedtime. No time slated for Wayne County makes Michigan's information pretty useless. I've been at it for almost 13 hours. And we've been through a lot. But boys, it's time. Time for those Twitch Primes again. It's time once again for those Twitch Primes. Yes, sir. Yes, it is. It doesn't roll over to the next month. Every day you don't use it, you lose 17 cents of value.
But hold on, Devin.
Titles
Devin,
and shit. No,
Devin,
Yeah.
you think the CEO gets blamed for everything and it's bullshit, right?
I agree with Banks. Yeah.
Well, that's
Okay.
that's
No, I'm kidding. I'm actually going to bed. I'm cooked, Chad. I'm cooked. I'm absolutely cooked. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Mr. Aquatic Fish. I mean, look, it's been a great stream. I'll probably never have a stream with this many concurrent viewers until I fail Pokemon for 80 fucking runs or Pogo Stuck 17 comes out. And that's going to be way more work than looking at a screen. But it was fun. 13-hour stream. Peaked at 43,000 viewers. That's pretty pog. Got like 2,000 subs today. I'm baby Hassan. We hit 26,000 subs for the first time ever, and then we hit 27,000 subs for the first time ever. And I'm not even lying, we're closer to 28,000 than 27. That's crazy. But I don't think this election is going to have any more info for us tonight. We leave off from the 2020 presidential election knowing a few things. One, that Joe Biden needs to win the states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Georgia. Any of those three and he'll have a great chance at winning this election. His best odds are currently in Georgia and Michigan, with Pennsylvania leaning towards Trump. If he fails to capture any of them, Trump will win the presidency. If he captures one, he will win. And if he captures two, he'll win, and then Trump won't be able to bitch too much about it on Twitter. Thank you for watching, boys. I appreciate it. Hopefully my journalism degree didn't go too much to waste. Appreciate all the primes. Appreciate all the follows. I'll say bye to the guys.
because 10 years ago, if you asked me, like if you told me, if you painted this whole picture and told me I would be where I am today, I would laugh. I wouldn't believe you. I'd be like, yeah, all right, bet, give me that, and I'll be done. I'll be happy with that for the rest of my life. But
I'm tapping out, boys. By the way, I'm going to bed.
I think that.
Yeah,
oh, peace, Lud. I love you. You know, Trunks, I love you.
Peace out, Lud. Love you, man.
Much love. Peace out.
Later, Ludwig.
Keep that ass fat.
Now, Banks, for me, if
Goodbye, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for watching. It was fun.